Mayor Roberts, we are now live.
Thank you, Lori, for that. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the special meeting of Dysart Council today on Friday, March 25th. Just a reminder to councillors, there is not a second Zoom link this afternoon. It is all one meeting. So when we conclude the portion in the morning, what we'll do is just have our screens off, obviously mute, and we will reconvene at the time at 1 o'clock. So we should have a break in between, but don't hit leave meeting. So call to order through the clerk. I'll get you to do roll call, please, Mallory.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Donaldson.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Present.
Councillor McKechnie.
Present.
Councillor Smith.
Present.
Councillor Wood Roberts.
Present.
And Mayor Roberts.
Present.
Perfect.
Okay, so full attendance. Next is a resolution to adopt our agenda. So I'll look for a mover seconder for that, please. Councillor Clark and seconded by Councillor Smith. Be it resolved that the agenda for the special meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on March 25th, 2022 be approved as presented. All in favor? Okay, carried. I will look see if there's any disclosure of pecuniary interest. And seeing none, we will move on. And because of the nature of the meeting, we actually have to now adjourn the meeting to go into the public meeting. So I'll look for a mover and seconder to do that. Councillor Wood Robertson, Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved that Council hereby adjourns a special meeting of Council at 9:01 a.m. to proceed into a public meeting to consider the following: a zoning bylaw amendment D14-ZB-2021-012 and site plan agreement L04-SP-2021-008 lands of Sir Sanford Fleming College of Applied Arts and Technology, draft bylaw 2022-35 and bylaw 2022-36 at 297 College Drive. All in favor? Okay, we are now in the public meeting, and I'm going to read a preamble regarding the nature of public meetings. Excuse me if I have a tickle in my throat. I will unmute if I have to cough. Good morning and welcome all. This is a public meeting on March 25th. Will now come to order. A notice to all those in attendance that this meeting will be live streamed to YouTube and recorded. Please note the recording will be linked to the municipal website following the meeting. The purpose of the meeting is to present planning applications in a planning forum as required under the Planning Act. This public meeting is to consider one proposed zoning amendment to the Dysart et al. Zoning Bylaw 2005-120. During the public meeting, Council will consider all information available regarding the proposed amendment, review the staff report, which includes any public comments received to date, and listen to all comments provided during the meeting. Following presentations by staff and the applicant, Council members will be afforded the opportunity to ask questions. Then the meeting will be open to members of the public for further questions. This meeting and future public meetings will be hosted via electronic participation. Any oral or written submissions received in advance of the meeting will be verbally read aloud at the time the application is considered. Information regarding the live streaming of the public meeting is available on the Municipality of Dysart et al. Website, and all persons who have pre-registered will have an opportunity to present or ask questions about the proposal. Once I open the floor to public comments for the registered attendees that wish to speak and are participating in the Zoom meeting by video, you'll need to click the raise hand button to speak, although I believe that's not necessarily true. I will be able to see your physical hand. Everybody will be on the screen. So during that portion, please direct all questions and comments via myself, the chair. No decisions are made at a public meeting on applications because a public meeting is held to gather public information and comments. All those persons who have given the municipality written notice that they would like to receive notice of the decision will receive a copy of the decision. You must make this request in writing to the municipality. The Planning Act specifies that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Municipality of Dysart et al. Before the proposed bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. of the Municipality of Dysart to the Ontario Land Tribunal and may not be added as a party to an appeal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So we'll now commence the public meeting as per the agenda. And before we get started, and it'll be staff beginning this portion, I'd like to just start out by saying this is a very exciting day for Dysart and for the college. This has been quite a long time coming, and it's been a desire for the municipality and basically for the county to see student residence here, which will only help the college grow. And so really looking forward to today's meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris Orson and Jeff Isles in the planning department to go through the application. Then we'll be turning it over to the team at Fleming, of which there are many faces on the screen, and I'll sort of let you introduce. So first we'll start with staff. So Chris and Jeff, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Roberts. That was a great introduction, and I agree. It's a great addition for the Sir Sandford Fleming College and the community. And from all staff involved, it was a pleasure to work with the Fleming College team through many of the changes and staff and public comments. Your team was always receptive and willing to satisfy the comments and changes. So made our lives a lot easier when reviewing the application. As many of you can see, there was a lot of information associated with the proposed application. Staff will do a quick overview of the application in front of you today. Circulation requirements: all neighboring property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands and appropriate agencies have been circulated for comment on March 1st, 2022. The required advertisement was also placed in the local newspaper as per the requirements of the Planning Act. To date, 5 letters of concerns were provided outlining the following comments. The Haliburton Joint Accessibility Committee, and I'll just summarize the comments for each portion. Concerns that development may not have adequate accessibility spaces for all uses that include Glebe Park. Concerns related to distance between accessibility spaces and uses. Concerns regarding lighting. Will development include the AODA lighting standard design? And concerns regarding walkways. Will all walkways be paved or concrete? Then we have from Glebe Park, concerns outline concerns development may have on the current trails, concerns that parking lot to the west side of College Drive would eliminate the walking horseshoe trails. Other concerns was with the lack of setback from major entrance trail to Glebe Park, and congestion as proposed development creates a tight funnel for visitors through the access to Glebe Park. Concern with proximity of development to historic farmstead buildings. Development should have greater separation or more fencing so not to impact the ambiance of the farmstead buildings. Concerns that the proposed development features may restrict the function of the emergency access through this area. Concerns that the existing kiosks will be removed. Recommend that architects work with the college and Glebe Park stakeholders to create an appropriate placement for the signed kiosk. Concerns that stakeholder groups and museum committee were not given notice of the October 26, 2021 open house meeting. Zoning amendment should include college residents as a use in exception zone. Support, and then they do support the creation of the student residence subject to the outlined conditions outlined above. We did have a concern from a neighboring property owner, Daryl Stamp, which had concerns with the summation of other proposed developments in the area and the negative impact it will have on the lake water system and environment in general. There should be sufficient water quality studies and environmental impact studies completed to make a reasonable assessment moving forward for any accumulative developments in the area. Haliburton County Snowmobile Association had 3 concerns. Well, actually 2 concerns. A concern with the impact proposed development may have on the existing multi-use trail, especially near the west proposed parking area. Request that a 3.5 meter wide pathway be maintained through this area. And they are in support of the development subject to the outlined comments. And then a neighboring property owner, Adam and Megan Brynd, had three concerns: close proximity of parking and the effect associated lighting may have on their property and house. Will the lighting be on all night? And how will the proposed development impact the trails? And they do understand and do support that there's, the need for housing in the community. A few members of the public are in attendance today, and that will speak further to their comments and concerns shortly that were provided above. Brief outline of the proposal. As a result of the proposed application, the applicant is proposing reductions to the required setbacks to support the development of 4 student residence buildings and associated parking on the subject property. The proposed amending bylaw would further amend the rural institutional type 2 exception zone in order to permit the following: minimum lot line setback from the northeast interior side of 7 meters, minimum lot line setback from the northwest interior side lot line of 50 meters, minimum parking area setback the northwest interior side of 52 meters, minimum parking area setback from the northeast interior side of 29 meters, minimum parking area setback exterior side lot line of 0.3 meters, minimum parking area setback the rear lot line of 44 meters, and the parking space setback from the street line minimum of 0.3 meters. And these are all outlined on the site plan as well. All other provisions of the bylaw applicable to the IR-2 type 2 zone shall apply. The proposed will be developed in 3 phases, with building number 1 and 2 being constructed within phase 1, building number 3 constructed in phase 2, and building number 4 constructed in phase 3. In total, there'll be 54 suites accommodating 94 beds and comprising of the gross floor area of 1,790 square meters. In addition, the proposed is subject to site plan control, which requires the owner to enter into the site plan agreement with the municipality for the proposed development. The draft site plan agreement is attached for council's consideration. The following studies reports were submitted in support of the concurrent zoning and site plan agreement applications: the environmental impact study, a functional servicing report, geotechnical investigation report, water supply assessment, illumination plan and index sheet, parking study, planning justification report and public consultation memo for the October 29th, 2021 meeting, stormwater management report, a subsurface soil and infiltration report, and all our subsequent plans that were included with this planning report. The above noted material was peer reviewed by staff and the municipal engineer, and related comments have also been received and satisfied by the applicant. The applicant is in attendance and will be providing a presentation shortly related to the proposed application. Description: quick overview of the property. The subject property is approximately 10 hectares in area. The area subject to the student residence is approximately 1.5 hectares of the subject property. The subject property is located in the Halliburton Village policy area. The property is bounded by Head Lake to the east, Glebe Park to the north, and low density residential uses to the west and south. Current land uses are educational and recreational, and is developed with a school and 3 accessory structures. There's also undeveloped wetland areas along the central area of the property, while an undeveloped forest runs along the northern portion of the property. The remaining areas contain structures and recreational park with walking paths. Access to the subject property is gained through College Drive to the west. The proposed rezoning of the subject property would be in character with the area and land uses. The proposed site plan agreement and related plans and studies implement many of the features outlined in the municipal policies. Site plan control is used by the municipality to ensure the proposed development is designed and constructed to implement the intent and principles of municipal policies. Council can ask the developer or the applicant that they provide securities and cost estimates and security deposits to ensure that work is completed according to the approved plans and schedules. Payment or security amounts are based on the specific plans included in the application. Staff note that securities and ERUs were not included in the agreement. The municipal solicitor notes that securities are at the municipality's discretion for public uses. Staff seek direction from council regarding securities for the development. Should council choose to implement securities, the following rates may be appropriate as outlined. 100% for any works on municipal property, 100% for stormwater management related works, 50 to 100% for landscape and vegetative buffer works, 10 to 15% for all remaining site works. Further to the securities, staff also seek direction from council regarding the contribution to the municipal sidewalk reserve by the developer. The sidewalk contribution is used by the developer to construct sidewalks through the community. The applicant is seeking approval today for the zoning bylaw amendment. It is staff's opinion the application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms to the municipal official plan, is appropriate, and represents good planning. Staff recommend that council approve the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. The site plan agreement is also consistent with the municipal policies. All required studies and plans, as noted, were submitted and peer reviewed in order to mitigate any potential negative impacts to the ecological function of the subject property and surrounding land uses. Bylaw 2022-36 is a bylaw to authorize the execution of a site plan agreement with Sir Sandford Fleming College. The site plan agreement is to ensure the proper development of the lands. In particular, the agreement ensures that recommendations of the background reports are implemented and the project is constructed according to the approved plans. Staff support the site plan agreement in principle, subject to comments received from the applicant. The applicant will speak to the site plan agreement and their comments shortly. And that concludes the summary of the application, and staff would be happy to answer any questions, or if council wishes to hold the questions until the applicant has provided their presentation as well. And I will turn that back over to you, Mayor Roberts.
Thank you, Chris, for that detailed report. So what I think would be best, instead of asking questions to you, I'd really like to go to the applicant and let them do their presentation. There's a group of you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce Maureen Adamson, the president of the college. Welcome, pardon my voice here. And so what I'm going to do is, if it's okay, I'll turn it over to you to introduce your team of faces on the screen and more or less let you run that meeting. And then if councillors have questions, I can still chair that portion. So welcome, Maureen.
Thank you, Andrea, Mayor Roberts. I want to just start by saying how delighted we are at Fleming. This has been such a long time coming, and Mayor Roberts, it has been with your leadership that it's actually come to fruition, and we're just delighted and happy to contribute to the community and grow with you. So I'm going to ask each of my team members just to pop their head up and put their hand up and say hi. I'll start with Sandra Dupre, who's a neighbor. Sandra?
Thanks, Maureen. Sandra Dupre, Executive Vice President of Academic and Student Experience, and it's my great pleasure to be here today.
And Terry Williams?
Hi, Maureen. Thank you. Terry Williams, Vice President, Buildings, Facilities, and Safety. Thank you for having us.
And last but certainly not least, Susan Connor, who's our project lead and has been an amazing liaison for us. Susan?
Thank you so much, Maureen. And I think I've met a number of you over the last 2 years or so. It seems about 2 years, and it has really been a real pleasure, not only working with the Fleming team, but the DM Wills team, and certainly with both Chris Orson and Jeff Isles. It's just been a real pleasure. So, and thank you for all your support.
It's a lot different than dealing with the city of Toronto, Susan.
In so many ways.
Yes, and then there's Cal Brook and Deanna Key. Cal?
Good morning. Thanks, Maureen. My name is Cal Brook. I am a principal of Brook McElroy Architects, Landscape Architects, and Planners. Thank you.
And Diana?
Mayor Roberts, good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us here today. My name is Diana Kay. I am a consulting planner at DM Wills Associates.
Thank you. And I think Joe Fleming.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us today. My name is Joe Fleming with DM Wills, and I lead the municipal side of this project.
Thank you so much. And I think, Susan, I'm turning it over to Cal for a presentation.
I actually, yes, but it may be that Diana wants to do a lead-in as our lead planner on it. And so I think maybe we'll turn over to Diana first, and then she can turn it over to Cal. I believe that's the order we have it now, Maureen.
Great, thank you. Sorry, Diana, over to you.
For you, Mayor Roberts, not a problem. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having us here today. As I mentioned, my name is Diana Kay, consulting planner on this project, acting on behalf of Fleming College. Also with me today is the lead architect, Mr. Calvin Brook from Brook McElroy, who's based in Toronto. And Mr. Brook will be making a brief presentation to discuss the proposed development in detail. The rest of the team has been introduced, so I can skip that portion of my presentation to you. At this time, I do want to thank staff for all their hard work and attention on this very important project in the municipality. It has been a pleasure working with the municipality, so thank you for that. Today, I will be speaking to the zoning bylaw amendment before you, as well as the site plan agreement. We have had the opportunity to review staff's report, as well as comments received from the public on the applications. These comments have been addressed and will be discussed in our presentation today. From a zoning bylaw perspective, our team concurs with staff's report and agrees that as per the accessory use provisions of Dysart zoning bylaw, the proposed student residence is considered accessory to the existing college and is a permitted use on the property. In addition, the existing setbacks imposed within the institutional rule exception 2 zone are site-specific to the existing college building and do not contemplate future development of accessory uses that are already permitted under the zoning bylaw. As a result, a rezoning is required for additional development on site. The site plan presented before you today is based on public consultation, staff discussions, consideration of surrounding land uses, on-site constraints, and maintaining the intent of provincial and municipal policy documents. The on-site constraints considered in the development of the site plan include the location of College Drive, which traverses through the middle of the property, the steep grading at various locations on site, and the placement of the existing college building and its associated parking areas. In an effort to comply as much as possible with the existing setbacks, the proposed location of the development is considered the most appropriate. The proposed setback reductions are all considered minor with minimal impact to the function or use of the site, as well as the surrounding land uses. Additionally, the required 3-meter landscape buffer will also be maintained and implemented on all sides of the development. Now, Mr. Brook, through his presentation, will speak more to the design of the site, as well as maintaining the existing trail and site access for visitors. And at this time, I would respectfully request that Council approve the rezoning application in support of the student residents before them today. Now, with respect to the site plan approval process, again, we do concur with staff and respectfully request that perhaps Council delegate the approval authority to staff to keep the momentum going with respect to our discussions regarding the development of the site, as well as conditions of site plan approval. However, with respect to the site plan agreement, we respectfully request that the site plan agreement before you today is referred back to staff in order to provide our team with sufficient time to review and respond to the draft agreement. So at this time, barring any questions, I would like now to request that the meeting is passed over to Mr. Brook to present the design of the proposed student residence.
So Diane, I'll just double check at this point if there are any questions from Council. I think we'll just, no, so we'll just keep it flowing them and hold the questions. Thank you. Okay, back to Cal then.
Thank you, Mayor Roberts and members of Council. I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully that works and you see the presentation.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Okay, I have a fairly brief presentation, about 9 slides, to walk you through the design for the new student residence, and also I'll try and address some of the issues that through the public process have been raised. This first slide, I think, is a good summary, which shows the location of what we refer to as the Residence Village. The Residence Village is conceived of as a series of 4 pavilions, which are house form in scale. So 3 stories with pitched roofs, providing a total of 94 student beds. Within that count, there are 14 singles and 80 doubles in double suites. And within that, there are 8 fully accessible suites. When we actually first started looking at this site, the first idea was to put this all in one building, but through the public process and the college's own internal review, decided to do this in a more incremental basis through a series of pavilions, which allows us to phase the project. But it also creates what I think is a more appropriate scale befitting the campus and the important location of this Residence Village vis-a-vis the entrance to Glebe Park. So by breaking it down into these 4 pavilions, we're also able to integrate a lot of landscaping and tree planting throughout the complex, which I think is very sympathetic to the forested nature of this area already. So working really hard to make sure the character of the village is working well with the public nature of the entrance to the park, as well as the Heritage Farmstead, which you can see located adjacent to the village to the north. A few things to point out is that the existing park entrance is maintained in its current location. Both the kiosk and the existing park sign remain in place. We have worked to create a fully accessible emergency vehicle access point that you can see in this location, which has a gate on it. So it is easily made accessible for emergency and potentially some service vehicles accessing the park. The parking lot itself has been really reconfigured. As you know, the current lot is one large parking area that is informally shared between park users and college users. And through the public process and the feedback, what we've done is to really try and create 2 zones. This larger lot is dedicated to college uses as well as the residents, where we've created this smaller place right at the entrance to the park, providing parking spaces dedicated to Glebe Park. In addition, we've created a pathway system, which I think is, creates a more formal entrance and sequence to the park, and also creates safer conditions for pedestrians. Currently, people are kind of coming to the park and walking diagonally across the parking lot. So this way they are actually in a much more protected, designated pedestrian path that is tree lined and lined with landscaping leading, excuse me, to the entrance of the park in this location. In terms of the trail access, we have, we actually had a follow-up meeting with members of the public subsequent to receiving many of the comments that Chris summarized this morning. So making sure that Snowmobile trails, existing trails are kept and maintained. Pedestrian paths are designated and maintained. The one cross-country ski trail to the north of the site, of course, will be subject to a rerouting, which has been discussed with the municipality extensively in the past. In terms of accessibility, we have created in the college lot 10 accessible parking stalls, as well as electrified stalls being provided for electric vehicles, a number of electrified stalls. In the park lot itself, we have 12 stalls with 2 accessible parking spaces. And we've also redesigned the drop-off turnaround space in front of the college building to provide additional parking stalls and also 6 accessible stalls. So we're confident that certainly we are meeting standards, if not exceeding them, for accessible parking spaces for all users. Now I'll move to the next slide, and this just is a little bit more of a close-up showing the character of these 4 resident pavilions nestled within this kind of landscaped area. The first 2 buildings, in terms of phasing, these 2 buildings will be the first phase. The second phase is this building in the middle, and is the building to the north, which strategically is quite advantageous in the terms of all the construction staging that occurs with each of these phases can be done on site without disrupting the park use and the public's access to the park entrance in this location. You can see the park, Glebe Park Path entrance in this location. And we've worked with the community to make sure that there's adequate setbacks from that path, that there is screening of these buildings. So there are kind of no awkward moments between student residence uses and public uses. And this has been shared in our most recent meetings with representatives of the neighborhood and Glebe Park. One thing, we've also had great input and suggestions from the community about making the transition between the Heritage Farmstead and the student residence village, having adequate separation, but also screening. So in this area, you'll see a cluster of coniferous trees, which create a visual barrier between the 2 uses. The character of the landscaping is all native landscaping. And we anticipate that the character of the landscaping will be fit in really well with the nature of the existing forested areas in this area. This is a floor plan of the ground floor of one of the student residence pavilions. And as you can see, the ground floor has a kind of common area, which creates a good sort of social environment for students, but also a place for being able to work collaboratively after classes or on the weekends. In this pavilion, you can see we have a small elevator and accessible units on the ground floor. there's an accessible unit on every level of this. It's interesting, the design of this really evolved during COVID. And we're very conscious about making these units safe for users. And as you know, a lot of these students are actually adult learners. So unlike a typical student residence where you may have 6 suites sharing 1 or 2 bathrooms, we have single suites with its own dedicated bathroom. And then the sort of maximum would be a 2-bedroom suite with a shared bathroom. All of the units have kitchenettes installed within them for cooking. And this is the second floor of a typical pavilion, again, showing, in this case, 2 singles per floor, and then 4 2-bedroom suites. And this is an interior view of one of the single suites. And I hope you agree that it is not reminiscent perhaps of your typical student residence experience, certainly not the one I attended. So I think it's really, the character of these suites, I think, really fits in well with the kind of arts-based nature of Fleming College in Haliburton, and also reflects the fact that many of the residents are, in fact, adult, mature learners. This is a concept view overview showing the 4 pavilions with the landscaping. You can see the extensive nature of the screening of the pavilions relative to the park entrance. You know, this is early days in terms of the design. When the project goes ahead, of course, we'll be able to refine this, but trying to integrate some kind of pitched roof forms reminiscent of house form design, splashes of color, which I think speak to the arts-based nature of the campus. And also on the ground floors, having these common areas, which create a kind of sense of vibrancy and safety, because you can sort of see that there are people actually here. So we think that actually supports the entrance to the park in terms of its character. This is another view of one of the pavilions, and you'll see on the right-hand side one of the heritage structures of the farmstead, so showing the character of coniferous tree planting as a kind of screening element between the 2 uses. We know that there have been requests for more information with respect to the parking lots and the lighting. And just to note that this parking area to the southwest is additional lot in order to meet the parking standards given the addition of these new facilities. In amongst the student residence village itself, we are using very low bollard lighting for pedestrian paths. The parking areas and general lighting, we are using LED downcast and diffused light standards, which we've been very careful in the selection of these standards. And I would say they're pretty much state of the art. They're designated as LEED Platinum for their sustainability. But understanding that we need to create an environment of safety for students and visitors, there will be night lighting. This image on the right shows the character of the different illumination levels, where for the pedestrian circulation, we have bollard lighting that is at a higher level of 70 lux. The service routes and fire paths at the back, providing access for firefighters, is lower at 41 lux. But the parking itself is kept to a lower lighting level, still adequate for safety and visibility, but ranging from 7 to 26 lux. And as you'll see, these light standards are all downcast. They are dark sky approved. And although this may not apply to our region, the fact that they are what's called turtle friendly optics means the coloring of the light is, it's actually called 3000 K. So it's kind of a warmer lighting quality. So we're confident that there will not be a light spill that would affect adjacent residents. And when we took a quick look at the distance between any of these parking lots and the closest residence, the very closest is 200 feet away. But also there is a very significant tree stand screening this parking lot and the adjacent residence, for instance, on Glebe Road. So we're confident that these different lighting standards will not have an adverse impact on the neighboring residents, but will create a kind of sense of warmth and safety for park users as well as college users. And that is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cal, for your presentation and all your explanation. Hopefully that's, will have answered some questions that people may have. If I could get you to stop sharing screen and then we'll go back to the full screen, that's great. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else on your team? Susan, did you want to speak at all, or anyone else from DM Wells before I turn it over to questions from council? Susan, did you want to add anything?
Sorry, Andrea, it's Maureen. Apologize.
Okay.
I think we're ready to take any questions.
Okay, perfect. Just wanted to check if there was anything else to add there. So I'm going to open it up to the floor for questions, comments, etc. from council. And okay, we'll start with Deputy Mayor Kennedy.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Cal. That was an excellent presentation, and thanks to all the Fleming people that are here and associates. Two minor questions. The emergency access width, I couldn't really read it on the plan. If I could get an update on just how wide that is, and if it's been reviewed with our fire chief as far as width for their equipment and any other. And I didn't notice a maintenance or a mechanical room in the building that you showed us in floor plan. Is there a basement then in this these facilities? That's my two questions. Thank you.
Cal, go ahead directly. You can answer.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. To answer your last question, these are slab on grade, so there is no basement planned currently for the facility. So the mechanical equipment would be tucked into those pitched roof elements that you saw on the roof of the building. In terms of the emergency access route, it's a minimum of 6 meters wide. And I think Joe Fleming has been very careful in the design of that in terms of making sure that it meets the requirements of the fire department. The gate itself has been placed, I think, strategically to try and avoid, it's been kind of pulled forward closer to the curb to try and avoid other vehicles parking in that place and blocking it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cal, if I recall too, there was some, sorry, Councillor Clark, just in the picture, it shows it's green because it is some kind of special material. It is meant for one-way traffic. It is meant for in the event the College Road got closed. It is not, you know, truly does have to be an emergency, but it was something right from the get-go that we, sorry, I'm going to interrupt myself. Maureen has to leave, so thank you very, very much for joining us today. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, so the material that is used there has an appearance of green. So maybe Cal, you just want to explain that.
Yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that in the presentation. So the pavement material for the 6 meter wide emergency access is using turf stone, and turf stone is it's a kind of concrete block that is on an aggregate base, but the concrete block has apertures through it which allow grass to grow. So because we're anticipating infrequent use of this as a vehicular road, it will actually have the appearance of a lawn, which I think really helps that transition between the park path and the residence buildings itself.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go to Chris Orson and then Councillor Clark, then Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Roberts. Through you to Deputy Mayor Kennedy, just to address the question. It was circulated to our fire chief. There was some dialogue that there was a little bit of an obstruction, and then that was resolved, and so the access now is fine, and the fire chief is fine with it as well.
Thank you for that, Chris. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. Cal, congratulations. Very, very nice design, and this is a very special property. You know, given the college's location within a park area, I think it's going to be a premier spot for people to study arts, being in nature, and access to both winter and summer park activities. So you've captured a lot of that. Also, with regard to the design of the building, I've seen you have, it looks like you've got some green space on top of the buildings, which is capturing some of the, you know, the new design of you know, lawns on the roof, although I don't know who's going to cut the grass. Now, I guess my question is, you've got a new parking lot, I guess more towards the south. Is that going to be the one that's designed for the day students at the college, or would they use the primarily use the one up in front of the residences?
Joe, do you want to talk to the parking? Because I know you worked very extensively on that strategy.
Certainly, yep, no worries. Would it be helpful if I shared my screen?
I think that would be great, because also in Cal's screen, it didn't show the other parking lot that is also on site as well, like the total amount of parking, because there is another parking lot that isn't used that often. But yeah, so if you pull up your screen, that would be great.
Sure. So is everybody seeing the site plan now? The drawing?
Yes, we can.
Okay. If we go back to the comment about the turf stone and the emergency access, this is a typical picture of what that product looks like when it's applied and the grass is growing through it. Okay, just for everybody's information, and so that there's a visual there and you can see what it looks like after it's been constructed and the grass has been growing through it. So that's what the emergency access route would look like. As far as the parking lots are concerned, we have the new main parking lot here. We have a smaller parking lot here for the glebe users. We have a new parking lot, which is over here to the west. We've expanded out the parking in the front area here. And then there is a parking lot over in this area here as well that's it's utilized as well. Through the parking study that was done for the entire campus based on the campus, the residents, and the park users. There was a total parking count that was determined, and that these parking lots in total will satisfy the parking numbers recommended within the parking study. I must say that the parking lots themselves are not going to be restricted in any way to specific users, but they've been designed in such a way that obviously this one, the smaller one here, could be used for the day users for the Glebe Park. This larger parking area here can be used for the residents, and then also Fleming College staff and students, as will this existing one, and then the smaller spaces or lot directly in front of the college. The parking lot off to the west is seen as an overflow parking lot for, those times when capacities within, obviously everybody wants to park close to where they want to go, but that won't always be the case because there's going to be days where it's going to be quite busy at the campus. And so that's really the use of this parking lot, right? It becomes the parking lot that's less used just by choice because of its proximity to all of the buildings and the park itself. Does that answer that question?
Councillor Clark, yes? Okay. And the other thing, thank you, Joe, for that. The other thing to consider is there is parking on the Museum Road at the other end, which Glebe Park users, day users of the park, whether it be in any time of year, do use and will likely use sort of more when the ski club garage is relocated on that side of the park. So I'm on the Glebe Park committee, so was Councillor Wood Roberts and Councillor Donaldson, and we've been discussing, making sure we have ample parking on that side as well to sort of have, not just use the Fleming College parking lot for the day use, but make sure we have ample parking on the other side as well. Okay, I believe Councillor Smith was next.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. And thank you for all of the presentation material. Folks, very professional and very impressive in terms of the thoughtfulness of what you've pulled together here. And I was encouraged to hear from Cal that you've had a follow-up meeting with the some of the people who submitted questions and concerns. And so first, if I might, Cal, could you report on the I'll call it the degree of satisfaction in terms of your success in resolving the concerns that had been raised by various members of the public?
Yes, I think we had a fairly long meeting taking, as I mentioned, it was a combination of local residents as well as Glebe Park and representative from the museum. It was a very iterative discussion where they were pointing out things that I think we were, to be frank, kind of unaware of in terms of some of, for instance, the snowmobile trail. And they described very carefully how all of the different trails were being used. So we were able to share screen and kind of mark up the drawings to make sure that we were reflecting all of those existing trail uses and making sure that they got into the next set of drawings. Similarly, we talked about the screening of the Heritage Farmstead vis-a-vis the closer pavilion buildings, and showed a quick rendering of how that how we could create that landscape buffer. There was also some discussion about the transition between the pedestrian entrance to Glebe Park and the proximity of the closest buildings to that entrance. And so that whole idea of bringing in more green space as a transitional element, including the turf stone that Joe just showed you an image of, came out through that discussion. And I think it's fair to say that by the end of that meeting, the group was satisfied and quite happy with those changes and those explanations of how we were addressing their comments.
Okay, well, thank you. And so we'll look forward to hearing if they have as positive a comments. Thank you. I had a couple of technical questions, if I might so ask those now, Mayor Roberts.
Absolutely, go ahead.
The deputy mayor asked about, where the mechanical room was. One of the things I had down and reviewing your reports over the last couple of days, I was curious as to the heating source. I know that the existing college building is heated with propane. How will you being, these new residence buildings?
I might ask Terry to comment on this, but I would add that I think it's still early days in terms of finalizing that. I know that we have the ability to have what are called PTAC units, which are units that you see typically in hotel rooms that are individually controlled for each unit. That's actually quite a good system in terms of being able to regulate the climate on an individual basis. Another thing that I'm hoping we will look at is air source heat pumps, which from a sustainability perspective, they're all electric powered. From a sustainability perspective, actually give us the potential to achieve a net zero carbon building, especially if we are able to build these 3-story buildings with wood. All of this has a kind of economic, is part of the economic decision making, and sometimes has to do with the price of alternative energy sources like gas or propane. Terry, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yes, thanks, Cal, and thank you for the question. We are looking to minimize our fossil fuel footprint as much as we can. So electric PTAC units will be one of the primary sources of temperature control. We may have some auxiliary systems just in case things fail, but the primary we're looking for is electric and air source heat pumps.
Okay, thank you. That's encouraging. And Cal's mention of wood structures, would I imagine be really well received in the community. We have a lot of forestry activity here in Dysart and Haliburton County. The other question I had with respect to the parking lots, as near as I could tell from the diagrams that were provided, they're all an asphalt surface. And just earlier this week, Council had received a report with regard to climate change adaptation and mitigation. And that report was actually recommending that we not only incorporate green infrastructure like the green roof that you've got, and which is terrific, but they also want us to remove unnecessary pavement in order to improve filtration and reduce damage from anticipated flooding and so forth. So is it correct that those diagrams all reflect asphalt parking? And that's a contrast to what we have right now. There's a fair degree of your parking out there is a more permeable surface in terms of stone or gravel. And if it is asphalt, have you considered the implications of that in terms of flooding as opposed to a more permeable surface? Thank you.
I'm not sure who wants to answer that. All the parking currently is gravel. There's no asphalt, as far as I know. Cal, will you want to
right now, but the diagrams, the drawings that we received talked about an asphalt surface.
Okay, so Cal, did you want to answer that, or?
I think Joe's the guy to answer this.
Okay, Joe.
Hi, thank you for the question. The very quick, short answer to your question is yes, the parking lots are proposed right at the moment as asphalt. A stormwater management report was prepared for the campus. Okay, so we took into consideration the existing conditions and then adding in the proposed, which includes the proposed asphalt. I'm going to share my screen again, if that's all right with everybody. So I'm assuming you can all see that now again. It's the same plan.
I'm not sure if you want to zoom in a bit if it matters, but yeah.
Yeah, I will. I'll thank you, and I will. So currently, the current stormwater management is being addressed through this long, I'll call it Riverstone lined ditch. Okay. This ditch is designed to infiltrate the stormwater on site. What we're proposing is an expansion to it here. And so the stormwater will make its way via overland sheet drainage and capture and then conveyed through a series of swales and ditches and culverts through here. And then it will outlet in this parking lot here will sheet drain off the edge and then into this facility. This whole facility, both the existing and the proposed, are designed to infiltrate the 15 millimeter storm. So that's the first storm. So the first 15 millimeters of rain are designed to infiltrate into the ground. And then from there, it is conveyed and controlled, okay, before it's outlet down the slope here and away. So while we're proposing asphalt currently, from a stormwater and from an infiltration perspective, i.e., we go and pave an area here, now the rainwater can't infiltrate into the ground there. It's being compensated, I'll say, over in this area here. So we built upon what was existing, the existing storm facility. We added to it to allow for the paving and the roof or the buildings, any buildings that have some impervious area. Like I know we have some green roof up here, but some of it's not. Sidewalks and whatnot will drain off. Does that answer the question for you?
I'll just wait till I get full screen again. And I want to just check with staff for the site plan agreement side, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor Smith. Is it better to not show asphalt, just show a gravel surface so that when we are signing a site plan agreement, I would call it like a lesser, but maybe more green surface or treatment than signing an agreement that says it's asphalt, and then when construction happens, they actually prefer the gravel. So I'm just going to turn it to Chris if I could, and then Councillor Smith, I'll go back to you.
Thank you, Mayor Roberts. I think based on that, we would look at the project and the agreement, and if it said gravel and they went to asphalt, I believe that would be the same thing as the other way around. So we look at, okay, you put asphalt now, so that's not in conformity with the agreement. So I think it's really up to council of how they would like to proceed with whether it should be asphalt or not. I would just like to note that when you think about the accessibility standpoint, you would want some of the parking paved just due to wheelchairs, accessibilities, and those type of things. So I would just look at it that way, but it definitely is up to council, I believe, sort of which way you'd want to navigate that when it comes to the site plan agreement.
Okay, Councillor Smith, did you want to add anything or what?
Well, I'd thank Joe for his response and explanation. I can't debate his technical skills in this regard. I just highlight that we've had at least 3, maybe 4 100-year floods up here in the Haliburton County in the last decade, and you are adding a lot of asphalt. And Chris is quite correct that I would have thought certainly asphalt would be necessary in areas where there's accessible parking. But as there's a lot of asphalt there. And, as I said, I was struck by the contrast with the report that council received just this past Tuesday, actually suggesting that we remove some of the pavement in our community in order to better deal with anticipated flooding conditions due to climate change and so forth. So, I'd encourage the college to hopefully kind of reevaluate and really consider, is all of that asphalt necessary? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith, and good comments to them. Any further comments from councillors? I'm looking at the screen, just seeing. In terms of the water agreement and the water system, then is that being in, say, building number 1? I'm sorry if I missed that. And then all buildings would hook into that as the phases go forward. Not sure who's wanting to answer that.
Sorry, it's Joe Fleming.
Okay.
Are you talking about the domestic water supply?
Yes, domestic, sorry.
Okay.
Potable water, yeah.
Potable water, okay.
Yeah, because we don't have town water. We know that each building will be hooking into the municipal sewer system. That's another subject, but you don't have a water system to hook into.
Right. Ian, did you want to talk to the potable water system a little bit? And then I can always share my screen and I'll bring up the site servicing plan, which shows the piping network.
Certainly, yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Ames. I'm a geoscientist with DM Wills. I'll speak a bit to the water quality and quantity component, and Joe, maybe you can take it from there with regards to the actual servicing hookups. We did some pump testing and evaluation of the groundwater quality and quantity for a new well. Joe will show the exact location, but it's located on the northwest property boundary. The results of our testing indicate that there's quite a good bedrock aquifer or layer within the bedrock that's the groundwater supply for this development. And that's coupled with the overall good water quality as well that will require minimum treatment. So overall, I don't see any sort of limiting factor with regards to groundwater quality or quantity on the property.
Okay.
Would you like me to share my screen now and I can take you through the piping network for the water?
Sure. If you want to. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay, so this is the site servicing plan. There's quite a few lines on it. I'll try and zero in on the water distribution system. The well is a new well, and it's located right here. So if you're out there on the site, wandering out there in the next day or two or whenever, this is sort of up the hill a little bit where the pathways merge, okay? There's an intersection of the pathways and the well is just off to this side. That well, the piping will just come down and then across the front of building 4, 3, and 1. And then it will turn the corner and come up to building 2. So building 2, building 1 will get serviced. And then later on, we'll just provide quick connections here and bring it into building 3 and another connection here and bring it into building 4.
Okay, thank you for that. So if I don't see any further questions, and if you think of something after, council still has the right to talk as long as we're in the public meeting, but we do have a couple members of the public who registered to speak today, so probably now would be a good time to bring them in. And I'm just going to look at my list. I believe we had Adam Brind first. Just wait till he's unmuted and on screen. Good morning, Adam. I think you're unmuted, but there we are. There we go. How are you? Good morning.
Hi there.
Hi. Okay, I'll turn it over to you to ask your questions or comments. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi everybody. My name is Adam Brind. My wife and I own the house at 34 Glebe Road. It's directly behind the southwest parking lot that's being proposed. So I do have some concerns, but first I want to say fantastic presentation. Really enjoyed it. And I'm definitely pro-development in the community and with the student residents. My concerns more lie with the current plan for lighting. I just want to note a couple things. So Cal did say that it was 200 feet from the proposed setback. So on the plan that I got, it was actually 40 meters, which is 144 feet. So it's quite a bit closer. I know that there is some trees, a barrier between our house and our house being the closest house to this development. There is a tree barrier, but in Haliburton County, there's 8 months of no foliage. And so when you walk that trail, you can see our house. It's in clear view. So yeah, there are some trees behind there, but when those lights are on, we will definitely see them from the back of our house and from our windows. So having them on all night will become an issue. So I guess I have a couple questions. Number one, why was this flow over parking lot not planned for sort of the north part of the existing parking lot? So was that ever considered to just extend the current large parking lot to go north rather than west, closer to the trail and to the houses on Glebe Road? And then my other question is, could we plan for some evergreens on the west side of that? If that has to stay there at the current location, could we plan for some evergreens to help to block in the winter months when those lights are on? And that's it.
Okay, thanks, Adam. I think I know the answer to the first question, but I think I'm going to turn it over to, I suppose it's Cal or Joe. Joe.
Thank you. Yes, I can take the first question. Thanks, Adam. If it's all right, I'll share my screen again because I think visual is a really big help for us. So the first question dealt with expanding the parking lot in this direction here, a northerly direction. And the reason why we didn't select that, that wasn't our first choice. The primary reason is that in order to maintain acceptable grades on a parking lot, we would have to do extensive excavation because we're right here at the Towa slope and the hill rises up quite rapidly here. And we would have to get into some extensive excavation and then retaining wall work in order to expand the parking up in this direction here. Obviously, it would have an additional impacts on the trails in this area as well. But the main reason is the amount of excavation, which would be extensive compared to this area here, which was fairly open and fairly flat at the moment right now. So that's what it is. As far as landscaping is concerned, and Cal can jump in here as well. We don't have, can't remember if we have anything proposed, but it's an easily planted slope. And your suggestion, Adam, is a great suggestion for mitigating any, light trespass that you may experience through the winter months, planting it with evergreens. So, I prefer those types of suggestions to physical barriers like fences and whatnot. They just become more of a maintenance concern for all parties. Whereas the planting of trees is always something that's very welcome, and it improves the whole area. It also helps with the parking lot and helping to provide some additional shade on the parking lot, so decreasing the heat gain that asphalt parking lots can provide through the summertime. So
Okay,
Cal, I'm not
thank you.
sure.
Yeah, we'll see if Cal, I'm wondering, Cal, when you're talking, if you could bring up the screen that showed the illumins in the parking lot, and if you could describe where the lights land, and I'm not using the right terminology, but you know what I'm talking about. So they're down lighting, and how far, yeah, there's your,
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Adam, and I looked up your address so I can see it really clearly on Google Earth. And I gather that forested area behind you is it all deciduous trees?
Yeah, it loses a lot of the foliage in the winter months.
Yeah. But I think your suggestion of buffering right up against the parking lot with coniferous trees makes a lot of sense, and it's pretty much identical to what we proposed as that transition between the heritage farmstead and the residence building. So I definitely see an opportunity to do that to mitigate any of the light spillage. You know, it's hard for me to say how much you will see, other than to say that these are a diffused kind of lower light level, all downcast lighting. I expect, you know, on a winter day with snow cover on the parking lot, that's when you would probably get the most reflective light from it. So I think your suggestion is a really good one of just like planting a kind of screen of coniferous trees in this location.
Yeah, so my only concern, I guess, would just be around, you know, planting seedlings versus like, you know, some mature trees. You know, I mean, I don't want it to be 20 years before we get that screening. So I appreciate your openness to consider that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Anything else that you wanted to?
No, that's great. I'm good with everything else. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you for speaking and joining us at our meeting today.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Next, I believe we have Jim Blake signed in to speak. And I'm not sure, Jim, if you're, well, I'll wait till you're on. If you're speaking on behalf of the Glebe Park Committee. Tom Lambert, we had hoped would be joining the meeting representing the ski club. There was an email sent late last night that he didn't know about the meeting until yesterday. So there is an opportunity still after this meeting to have written comment. So we'll let him know through staff that he can still comment. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you.
And if you can just let us know sort of who you're speaking for and who you're representing. Thank you.
Yeah, so I serve on the Glebe Park and Museum Committee, which is a committee of council, and it is comprised of a number of different stakeholders who were involved in providing services within the park, including Haliburton Highlands Nordic Trails Association, the Haliburton County Snowmobile Association, the Haliburton County Sculpture Forest, the Haliburton Highlands Museum, the Haliburton Mountain Bike Club, and the college is also a part of the Glebe Park, as well as the municipality. And thank you. You know, we're very excited about you know, having college residents. This is a really important development, and as Cal mentioned, we appreciate them. Cal and the team meeting with us and doing some revisions to the plan in response to our concerns. A number of things, just in terms of looking at the drawings, and sorry, I just got access to these yesterday, so forgive me if I'm missing something. So one issue was the snowshoe walking trail, which was being didn't show up on the plans at all, and it's one that goes from the College Road and sort of to the, I think it's the south of the new parking lot. And I'm seeing it has been put in, which is fantastic, except the rerouting of it, it seems to land onto the snowmobile trail. And I'm just not sure because we can't see the continuation of the trail. The trail actually goes across the snowmobile trail and continues into the forest, etc. If it doesn't actually land where it used to, then it's actually landing onto a snowmobile trail. We can't have people actually walking on a snowmobile trail. So we really need to consider the placement of that. And really it might be just involved in terms of actually going and walking the site and looking at, okay, so, here's where the trail has to actually meet. So it's meeting the trail on the other side of the snowmobile trail. Obviously for people walking, that's fine, but snowshoeing, we can't have anybody on the snowshoe trail. The concern from the snowmobile club, and I expect that you've addressed it. I know that John Enright, who is our rep, had expressed the concern that legally they have to have a very prescribed width to their snowmobile trail. So he just wanted to make sure that the parking lot was not encroaching on that. So even though it shows up on maps or visually, it doesn't necessarily show on the maps what the prescribed width has to be for that trail in relationship to grooming. So I just want to double check that has been that's been dealt with for the snowmobile trail. Continue to have some concerns about the entryway. I've noticed in the previous plans, the gateway, which is used to basically prevent people just driving into the park, was attached to the timber frame structure. And so that created basically preventing any ATVs or vehicles driving into the park. The gate is now shown as move forward by, I don't know what the distance is, a number of meters, which seems like an odd placement of the gate. The timber frame structure is the formal entryway to the park. And now we've got a metal gateway in advance of that. So it's a very awkward, unusual entryway. It's been a lot of work on the entryway there. And all of a sudden the gate didn't show up there the last plans we saw. The gate has actually been moved. So we just need to look at, I just want the reassurance from the college that we're going to work together to make sure that we've got the best gateway possible. The best entryway possible for the public. The other issue right now with that gateway is that basically around where the sign kiosk is now, that's used as an assembly area. So if there's a group of people coming to go into the park or do a tour, we have bus tours come. There needs to be enough area there for 40, 50 people to be able to assemble. And right now with that gate in place there, that wouldn't be able to happen. So those are, those are all easily fixable problems. And right now they're just lines on a map. But lines on a map can suddenly become solid structures on the ground. So we want to make sure that gets addressed. Cal, you showed in the lighting drawing the pedestrian circulation, and where you were showing it is not maybe Cal, if you could put up that slide with the lighting.
Sure.
Thank you. So you can see just to the right of the building number 1 and building number 2, you're showing a pedestrian pathway there, which is lit, and that pedestrian pathway doesn't actually exist.
Mm.
The pedestrian pathway actually goes through the timber frame structure.
Here.
Yeah. So just thinking about the lighting of that, I know that with this, you're focused on the residents, but actually that pathway is a thoroughfare, for the community. So there's a lot of folks, staff and students, especially in the wintertime, who use that thoroughfare, walk across the park, and go out the other end. And there's people walking on that trail throughout the year. So just thinking about the lighting in terms of actually lighting that pathway as it's going through, and that people will be walking through the timber frame entryway to get there. So if we can have lighting in relationship to that. So that drawing, just when I saw that, I thought, well, there actually is no pathway there. Mm-hmm.
That's totally correct, Jim. I think that is that line has been misplaced, and it should have been on this path. So okay. I think the intent would be that there would be that pedestrian scale lighting along this path. The park entrance path.
Okay, thanks, Cal. Just in terms of parking, and I appreciate the thinking that's gone with the parking. Our experience is that people will park, the first people there will park as close to the college pathway as possible. So the idea that little parking lot would be used by park visitors is probably unlikely because unless the college does its own, social whatever with the students. And this is probably more in the summertime that, with the summer programs, as people tend to park right there. So that little parking lot will fill first. And I don't think there's anything you can do about it, but I'm just saying that it's a nice thought, but it's probably unlikely. In terms of I hadn't realized that the parking lot was planned to be asphalt, and just our comments from a park perspective is that, Fleming College is known for all of its environmental programs. I think this is an incredible opportunity for you to create a parking lot which actually shows pervious features. An asphalt parking lot is not an environmentally friendly thing. Obviously, you've got to balance accessibility, but I really think, with all the work that Fleming Colleges does, there's got to be a lot of different options to that. So you're not dealing with all of that asphalt in there. My only other comment was about the lighting and the parking lot. Is like, and maybe I'm being naive, but can't you just turn the lights off in the extra parking lot? Can't you just turn them off at night? So that, after, when the college closes, which is, whatever the time is, whether it can happen automatically or, last person out flicks the switch. There doesn't seem to be any reason why that parking lot would be, it's an overflow parking lot anyway. So I don't see any need for there to be light there at night. And that's all. As usual, the Glebe Park will be happy to work with you, Cal, and the team, just in terms of, a lot of this is just finesse and details. I always get worried about lines on a page becoming permanent structures on the ground.
Well, thank you, Jim. And that's the whole purpose and the obligation of a public meeting such as this is to, catch those things. And I actually did not catch that the parking lot was asphalt at all. Kind of made an assumption that because the existing parking lot is gravel and seems to do well and it's maintained well in the winter. I do want to let the college speak to it, but as you were introducing who makes up the Glebe Park Committee, the Glebe Park Committee was a direct mandate out of a public meeting when the college was going in Glebe Park in the first place. And from public meetings, it was shown that at those public meetings, there was probably 150, 200 people in attendance at the Legion at that time, myself included, and while I was not on council. And it was determined that there are so many users and it is such a gem So that's how the creation of the Glebe Park Committee even came about, is that was a commitment from Dysart Council at the time. So I just thought I'd add that little ditty. I'm going to turn over all your questions and comments to the team at Fleming, and whether it start with Cal, I'm not sure, but I'd turn it over to you.
Great. Maybe I'll take a first stab at it. And those are all great comments, Jim. And I think for sure, you know, we can work on resolving all of these issues. And I think there's certainly the intent to be able to tweak the design to address these issues. In terms of the gate, I think it's a really good point about, and to be frank, Joe and I have been going kind of back and forth on where best to locate that gate. And I think it could be in either location. And I take your point about maybe it's limiting some of the congregation potential by being pushed up. I think Joe's concern was cars parking on the emergency trail. So there may be other, if we do push it back to the kiosk, maybe through signage and just being monitoring it carefully so nobody's blocking that entrance. That may be a way to address that concern. In terms of the snowmobile trail, I do believe that, actually, this is a bit of a question to you, Jim. The 3.5 meter snowmobile trail, I take it, is a wintertime trail condition, and in the summer that we do not necessarily need 3.5 meters of, for instance, gravel. Do you know the answer to that?
No, I don't. No, in the summertime, that trail, that portion of the trail actually is very seldom used by anybody who's walking. So it's not an issue in the summer or the fall or the spring. It's winter, and so it just. I just want to make sure that we're having conversations with the Snowmobile Club to ensure that whatever infrastructure they need to have for the winter, that it's there. Because a lot of us think, oh, that can be done, but you know, the Snowmobile Club knows they've been doing this for a long time, so they know what's needed. So it's just a simple conversation. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, I think from a dimensional perspective, we certainly have allowed for that 3.5 meters. But I do think your idea of a site walk and to make sure there are no conflicts with the other trail, that's a great idea. So I think that's something we can do going forward. This is just sort of some thoughts about the asphalt. Is there are really good precedents in terms of, I would say, kind of stormwater sustainable parking lots that have drive aisles that are asphalt, but the parking spaces themselves use the same turf stone that we're proposing in the emergency access, where you get that permeability. It's also quite aesthetically nice because you do get some lawn growing. However, from a maintenance perspective, I think that's something that would have to be studied carefully with Terry and the whole snow removal reality and what that does to turf stone or permeable paving. We can look at. Your final suggestion about the kind of overflow parking lot, I don't know. I know, Sandra, that it's very important that parking lots that are being used by students have to be kept illuminated in the evening for safety reasons. I'm just wondering if there are periods of the year where we know the overflow parking lot is not required, if that could actually have like a temporary gating and then the lights go out. But I think that's something that we could study further. And Joe, I don't know if you had anything more to add on the gate or other issues raised.
Not on the gate, no. Like you said, you and I have been back and forth on the location of the gate, and there's pros and cons for having it in both places. So it's really just weighing out those pros and cons, and if the main reason to move it back becomes that we need a larger area for people to congregate before they go through the gatehouse, then we can slide that gate back. That's not a big deal. Right. We just want to make sure that clear distance between the gatehouse and the post on the opposite side is a clear 6 meters for the emergency vehicles, because we can't infringe on that. So we'll just make sure that gets captured in the design. With respect to the snowmobile trail, we have identified on one of the drawings the dimensions between the toe of the proposed sloping from the parking lot to the bush line on the west and south sides there, to show that there is a minimum of 5.1 meters through the winter time, right? Because obviously the gravel trail and path that's there now would be covered in snow, and I know that the actual snowmobile trail would be wider than the gravel trail. So so we have indicated the pinch points, I'll call it, and the minimum is the 5.1 meters. And from the indications we got, the 5.1 was an acceptable distance for that or clearance for the club. But we can confirm that as well.
Okay, Jim, all really good points. And go ahead, you have something else to add?
Yeah, sorry, just I realized that I forgot. We also have representation on the committee from the Halbium community as well. So it's representing the neighborhood as well. And just a suggestion in terms of, people do park in front of the emergency thing. So I think just a placement of bollards there. One of our, we also have right now, we have a sort of a large stone sort of sitting in front of the timber frame entryway, which I know Sandra finds very uninviting, but that's to prevent ATVs going through. And so we need to think about that in terms of spacing and openings, because it's really important that we don't have ATVs going in there and using the trails in the park. So, and once again, these are all things that we can, and it's probably easiest to actually have the conversation on the ground and look at those spaces.
Okay, thank you, Jim. They're important though, because we're living here, we're the users of the park, we're the ones that are there, and so you don't want to create a conflict when it's sort of unnecessary and an easy fix at the beginning. Like you say, there are lines on a paper right now, but there won't be when the construction begins. Jim, I do have one comment that's come forward from Mike Darlington. I don't know if you had that as well, or if you had anything else to add, Jim. If not, I will speak on behalf of Mike Darlington, who was not registered to speak. But
yeah, I've got a couple of comments here from Mike, and Mike is.
Then I'll let you take them. You take them.
Okay. He says, "Hi, Jim. The snowmobile trail is used a lot by walkers, and the other statement was the parking lot lights go off at night. Not sure what time." So anyway. I think that could be figured. That could be figured out. I mean, the college closes at a certain time. There's no students there after it closes. So, yeah. So those are the two comments from Mike.
Okay, I did. Sandra, did you want to speak to that? And then I have a further comment from Mike Darlington.
Yes, certainly. Thank you. That's true, Jim. The parking lights do go off when the college itself is closed. However, once we start to have a residence in there where students are coming and going at all hours of the night, we will have to be mindful about their safety. That being said, I think that we can have a further conversation around the overflow parking lot. I think that we can do that for sure. But we can't turn all the lights off. We have to be very, very, very mindful of student safety.
Okay, that's great. Just at least they have the ability in that overflow parking lot maybe to be switched off as opposed to we're on some kind of timers. So my comments from Mike Darlington, who is a resident in the Albion Neighborhood Association and is also an executive on the Nordic Ski Trail Association group. His concern with stormwater management on paved lots. So we have discussed that and that needs to be addressed, but he did talk about the water management ditch has silted at the bottom of the hill near the leaf sculpture. So that's on the existing college property. Water would likely flow straight towards our neighborhood and not to the east towards the lake. So maybe just the current stormwater management, that area near the leaf sculpture, if that could be sort of looked at and see what's happening there. I'm not really sure. I'm just passing on that comment. Oh, I just muted myself. Just looking at the time, being mindful, but also, I was hoping we could sort of wrap this up, finish this portion of the meeting, and then Dysart Council could take their extended break until 1 o'clock. So unless there's any further comments from staff, we've received comments from the public or further comments from council. There is a resolution in this section of the planning meeting to propose that we pass the zoning. Chris, Jeff, is there anything else I need to cover before I look for a resolution for that?
Thank you, Mayor Roberts. Well, there was a number of items brought up today that I think council should consider and perhaps discuss and provide staff direction how to proceed on. And that includes the comments from both members of the public. Actually, sorry, Jim Blake speaking on behalf of Glebe Park Committee and the neighboring property owner, Mr. Brind. So their comments should be discussed by council and direction provided to staff how to proceed. As Chris Orson mentioned during his presentation as well, he's seeking direction with regards to whether security should be included in the agreement. And lastly, the one thing I should mention is council could look at separating these comments.
That's what I'm thinking.
As mentioned in the report today, they're looking for the zoning bylaw amendment to be approved and the site plan agreement to be deferred. So council can direct staff whether they're satisfied with the zoning bylaw amendment and whether they want to approve that.
So Jeff and Chris, and I'll look to the rest of the council, I'm thinking that from the comments that we heard, there's no major objections, there's no major concerns regarding the zoning. We could pass that. There was some tweaks, small comments, but nonetheless important enough to defer the site plan agreement until come back to a further meeting. And also we did not talk about security. So does the rest of council feel that we can go forward with zoning and look at the site plan agreement at our next meeting, or as soon as possible, as soon as the those concerns have been met? Is that okay? See a few nods. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I just wonder, well, we've got the college folks here. If we were to take that course of action and defer the site plan agreement, or are the college folks? I mean, I've heard from Cal that the pavement parking lot is a bit of a meat issue. It sounds like there may be some options there, but dealing with climate change and everything else in our world is always trade-offs. And I guess I'm looking to the college team to kind of express either a willingness or an unwillingness to go away and maybe reevaluate the need for all that asphalt.
Anyone from the college want to? Sandra?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. Certainly, Councillor Smith, we can take that away and have a further discussion about maybe some potential alternative approaches or the amount and the level of pavement that would be required for this particular project, but we certainly hear and respect the concerns being voiced.
That's terrific. And just an FYI for your team, there's a veterinary clinic in Minden, just off Highway 35, that invested in a permeable parking lot surface a couple or 3 years ago. It was all pre-COVID anyway. And I think it's worked out pretty well there. You might check with them though, and kind of get some firsthand input. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great suggestion.
Okay, and it could be a combination of both. We do need to address accessibility and want to make sure that people that need accessibility that are not hindered in any way from that. So I don't believe that deferring the site plan will affect the project at this point. Going forward with the zoning, and then there's an appeal period, etc. And if we can get that ball rolling, we still though should give direction to staff of what we're looking at in terms of securities. And I just want to go back to something Chris said at the very beginning of the meeting. First of all, ERUs will be based on a calculation from our building department. It's not going to be one per bed. There'll be a specific calculation based on that, and we'll get a recommendation and discuss the capital sewer connection fee based on what our building department determines. But in terms of securities, Chris, if you could just go back to, there are exemptions when it is a school.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just have to go back on my notes here.
While he's looking, Mayor Roberts, if I may, we did have the chief building official review the ERUs, and he's estimating approximately 47 additional ERUs for this development.
Perfect. Thanks, Jeff. And while you're mentioning that, municipality solicitor did note that securities are at the municipality's discretion for public uses, and therefore that's why staff are seeking direction from council regarding those securities and percentages if they require it, those type of things. So we're looking for direction from council on that.
So it was sort of the 100% on municipal property, but I don't believe there's going to be anything on municipal property, so there shouldn't be anything there. A college is a different kettle of fish than a private for business enterprise. So I suppose it's a level of comfort of, do we want to hold securities? Could we calculate what they would be and then discuss whether we wanted to waive them later? Is that a possibility?
Oh, I think Mallory has a
Okay, sorry, Mel. A lot of full screen. I don't see everybody all the time.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm wondering if we should discuss that under the site plan agreement item when we get back into regular council.
Yes.
Does it need to be a public meeting item? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for keeping me on track. So really, in terms of the zoning, then at this point, I am going to look for a mover and a seconder to move this file forward. Councillor Clark, Mallory, am I okay?
Sorry, before we read it, I would just recommend that we amend the resolution to say that council recommends the approval of bylaw 2022-35 and the deferral of bylaw 2022-36, because the 36 is the site plan agreement. So that we can get this in a row. Yeah.
So what I will ask then is if you read the resolution in full for me, if you don't mind, with that amended. So if you read that, I will then look for a mover seconder.
Sure. Be it resolved that the report for the concurrent applications file number D14-ZB-2021-012 and L04-SP-2021-008 Lands of Sanford Fleming College of Applied Arts and Technology, which consists of part lot 15, concession parts lots 1 and 2, registered plan 19R7362, and part 1 registered plan 19R9314 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al. Be received as information, and that council directs that the bylaws be brought forward for consideration during its March 25th, 2022 special meeting, and that council recommends the approval of bylaw 2022-35 and deferral of bylaw 2022-36.
Thank you, Mallory. See, those aren't always easy to read.
No, they're never easy.
So I will look for a mover. I do believe I saw Councillor Clark move. So I will now look for a seconder, Deputy Mayor Kennedy. All in favor? 100%. That passes. Thank you very much. So that actually concludes then the public meeting. So we have to adjourn the public meeting. Don't go anywhere. I need a mover and a seconder to adjourn. Councillor Smith and Councillor McKechnie. Be resolved that council hereby adjourn the public meeting at 10:49 a.m. and reconvenes a special meeting of council. All in favor? Okay, so that passes, carried. So now we're into our regular portion of the meeting, of which we were talking about. Well, we can look to the first resolution, which is for the zoning, and then we'll discuss the site plan one. So mover and seconder for that. I don't know, Chris, before I look for that, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just thought I should check. So I will look for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Smith and Councillor Wood Roberts. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-35 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2005-120 for the lands of Sir Sanford Fleming College of Applied Arts and Technology, known as Part Lot 15, Concession 9, Parts 1 and 2, Registered Plan 19R 7362, and Part 1, Registered Plan 19R 9314 in the geographic township of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., which would change the zone on the subject property from rural institutional -2 exception zone to rural institutional -2 exception zone in order to permit a reduction in the required setback for a proposed student housing development and parking requirements on the subject property, be read a first, second, third time passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto. All in favor? So that is carried. So next we will just discuss the site plan as per Mallory's. Yes.
Mayor Roberts, I've asked Lori to start moving everyone back to attendees. Is that would it be helpful to keep some people up, or are we going back? I'm asking because sometimes we bring in applicants for regular sessions too, so we can see people slowly shifting back right now.
Well, no, we can move them back. I can just see council then, because really the public meeting has ended, so there's not an opportunity to really ask questions. We know the applicant's still online. Perfect. They can still be listening. And I think at this point, we just want to give direction to staff to, we heard the comments in the public meeting regarding some changes, slight changes to the site plan agreement. But I think the key is about securities and giving staff some direction on whether we are looking to hold securities. Councillor Wood Roberts.
Jeff's been waving at you.
I'm sorry. I'm reading, I'm looking down. I meant whatever. Jeff, speak up. You can interrupt me. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through you, and I was simply going to point out, certainly at your discretion, that it may be appropriate to have some members of their team available to speak, just in case there were any questions or that staff could not answer related to council's questions.
Okay, just want to ask them to all leave.
At your discretion.
They're listening. They're there.
Yeah, and we can pull them up. Yeah.
So I don't know if council has questions for them. I feel like maybe everything was asked during the first portion of the meeting, even though we weren't necessarily to be talking about the site plan. It's one and the same, and we were looking at passing both at the same time. But Jeff, and then to Councillor Clark.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to point out that I've kind of kept an itemized list that maybe we could go through, but if Larry or Councillor Clark has a question, perhaps he can answer that.
Yeah, Councillor Clark, and then back to Jeff. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, a quick question. Was the original bill for the college, did we have a requirement for security at that time?
Good point. Don't know.
That's a great question, and that's something we'd have to go back and look at.
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah.
15 more plus years ago. Okay, well, Jeff, why don't you go through the little list to make sure that we have captured all of the concerns, questions, comments from both the public regarding the site plan and councils, and then we'll sort of see if we have missed anything. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And the first one is securities. Council did have a few discussions during the public meeting with regards to vegetation buffers to screen neighboring property owners. Sometimes securities are warranted to ensure that those vegetation buffers are planted and maintained. In addition, there was extensive discussion with regards to the surfacing of the parking lot, and which will affect, I believe, the stormwater management system. So that's another reason to take securities, is just to ensure that the stormwater management system is constructed in accordance with the plans, and if not, that we have or that the municipality has funds available to them to make sure that it is constructed that way. Having said that, staff do realize that this is a public entity, and defer it to council to decide whether to request these funds.
Councillor Smith.
Thanks, and thanks, Jeff. I guess I know the college is a public entity, but there are, a number of lingering questions, and certainly there may be issues that council will have to deal with at some point in the future. And I'd also remind us that we granted the land here. We are going to be incurring a number of expenses on our own as a result of this construction. And yes, we all want it, but I don't see demanding securities as something that's likely to impede the project. And it could give the future council, whenever this project actually proceeds through the construction phase, and certainly the community at large, some comfort, knowing that the college management of the day will be motivated to address the concerns and issues that may arise. And so again, I'd say I haven't heard an explanation as to why we wouldn't demand security. So short of that, I'm going to say let's collect the usual securities for this project.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Smith. And before I go to you, Councillor Clark, one thing that I know that I think, because we don't know the estimated value of those, one thing we could do is, once we do know what those are, there is always some negotiating that can happen in terms of the percentages. So I think that they should be calculated. We should look at getting some securities, particularly whether the lights go off or on in that overflow parking. The member of the public, Adam Brind, talked about not wanting to plant seedlings, making sure that they are proper height, full trees. There's securities also are usually letters of credit, so it's not hard dollars. And I don't think it would be quite a hardship. And this is a public land. So what I would propose is that we do look at holding securities, and then when we get those cost estimates in, we can then at the time discuss, if 50% equals this, maybe we would take 40%. Council would have that time or that ability to negotiate the percentages. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, the land was actually given to the township by the Anglican Church for purposes of a park or education. It's not something we own and we're trying to make a buck on. But anyway, but I would like to see what was done with the earlier build. There also needs to be some discussion with the college. They're not a private business that goes out and gets a loan to do this type of thing. It's got to be something that's kind of worked within the ministry and their budgeting process. So before we decide on anything, I think it's worth staff discussing with the college administration to see what is viable based on what they're allowed to do and not allowed to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Jeff, I do see your hand.
Yes, and I think those are great points. And if council's in agreement, we can go back to the college, ask them to calculate their work cost estimates, come back with some values for council at the next meeting.
I think that would satisfy Chris. Go ahead.
Yeah, and sorry, I can add to that. That was discussions with the applicant as well. They would have had them for the meeting, but with the tight timeline. So so they were working behind the scenes to eventually have those ready. So they would be ready for review. Once I believe some of the changes are made too, that could affect again some of these cost estimates. So they were in the works, but can definitely have that. So we'll have discussion with them on that.
Yeah, fair enough. And it's not, I mean, you know, if the zoning has been approved today, and once the appeal period has passed, I think that's the, you know, the main thing to get through in the site plan. We just need to be really careful, as a member of the public, Jim Blake, spoke up and said they're lines on a paper, but when the construction starts, they're not. And we'd hate to not get it right. It's such a great project for the community. Deputy Mayor Kennedy?
Yeah, just I agree with let's get some values on these things that were brought up this morning. One that I just want to make sure is included is the sidewalk reserve contribution. I'm not sure how that is calculated, so I'd like to see that number as well as we go forward with it. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. I don't know how it gets calculated either when there are no existing sidewalks. However, there's pathways which could be considered, not necessarily the word sidewalk, but it is the major pedestrian route through the park. Jeff?
Yeah, if I may, I was just going to point out it through this type of development and through the official plan, council can request sidewalks. Given that most foot traffic from this type of development goes down through Halvium Crescent, it may not be appropriate. And in similar instances in the past, council has requested a sidewalk contribution to the sidewalk reserve. However, having said that, we don't have development charges, and there is no policy that really drives that request. It's something that council's kind of negotiated privately with the developers in the past. So that's something that you'll have to determine.
But I think it's fair enough. We do need to see how that calculation is done, and that would also be part of the site plan negotiation in the securities, because while there may not be a concrete raised curb technical sidewalk, there are pathways through there. So, you know, that fund would go to offsetting costs. So I think we need to have all those things on the table. One thing that we didn't ask the applicant, and I don't know if we could promote Susan back, just while we have everybody on screen, to see what the project timelines were. I don't know if we're able to bring Susan back if she wants to speak to that. So I'm just looking to staff if they're able to bring her back up. And if not, we can, yeah, okay. Susan was quite quiet today. So I have to say, having her on this project has meant the complete difference of you know, things going smoothly and things not. And it has gone smoothly, Susan, thanks to you. So you've really done a great job as being a liaison between our staff and college. So thank you for that. I don't know if you heard my words, or if you were still listening into the meeting before we promoted you back up. My question just was really if you wanted to speak to the project timeline and you know, in an ideal world, what you foresee.
Well, thank you, Mayor Roberts, and also thank you for those very, very kind comments. But quite honestly, the Fleming team under both Sandra and Terry's leadership we're really a very comprehensive team, and I can't give enough kudos to Joe Fleming's team. Certainly what is important in terms of talking about the phase project is looking at the college's 3, 5, and 10-year capital plans for the Haliburton campus. And it'd probably be better for either Sandra or Terry to speak to it, but at a very high level, the plan would be for us to, pending site plan approval, and for us, there are a number of concerns in the draft that is before council, particularly on the timing of completion of landscape, et cetera, because those things don't line up with the phase project. And as you know, there are 3 phases. So phase 1 is the first 2 buildings, followed by phase 3, followed by phase 4. Phases 2 and 3 happen provided that the college is confident that the occupancy, that there is enough need to demonstrate that. So be mindful that we haven't had an opportunity to think about the landscape plan, the entire site servicing plan in terms of constructability, because if we're going to do phase 1 and 2 years later phase 2 and then 2 years later phase 3, then one can do that. We have to think about really how long it's going to take to implement the full project build out. But for the college's fiscal 22-23 year, the plan is to complete 100% of the design documents. This is pending site plan approval. So we're talking about getting building permit ready in this fiscal year and funding all of those costs. With the construction of phase 1 commencing, I'm going to say late spring, early summer of 2023. And it's likely to have at least, I'm going to say, a 15-month to 18-month construction, because obviously the services have to be done for that. A lot of the work has to be done for phase 1 to be successful. And then we would go into, you know, a period of stabilizing phase 1, understanding the market needs, understanding how successful phase 1 was. So I suspect that the construction of phase 2 would somewhere be, I'm going to say, in the neighborhood of at least another year to 2 to start construction of phase 2. So we're talking out of sort of a very long timeline. And if you recall in the MOU, the college actually has a window of 10 years to start construction, which the site plan doesn't seem to be aligned to what was agreed to in the MOU. So obviously the college staff, including myself, will work with Chris and Jeff and legal counsel to bring those two agreements together. But that gives you a good sense of, at a very high level, what the plans are. And I'm certain if I was misspeaking, I'd be getting a text from either Sandra or Terry. And so again, so that brings into some of those other clauses in the site plan before you, which speaks to having to have something done within 24 months of the date of this agreement and 36 months for the other. Physically not possible. I mean, it just isn't, never mind money, it just isn't physically possible with a phase program. So as both Diana and I had good supportive discussions with Chris when we got the draft that's before you late, I think, on Tuesday night, in terms of those kinds of things are standard in your municipal agreements, but they are certainly up to discussion and I don't want to use the word negotiation, but alignment with the reality of the project plan.
Well, thank you for coming back into our meeting, and you know,
always
wasn't necessary. Pleasure. Yeah, no, but you know, it's good for this council to sort of know of what the target is anyway. And you know, if you don't have a target, then you never get started with anything. So,
right.
And it's one of those things on a project such as this is massive for our little community, that, you know, once it's very slow to move that snowball or that project at the beginning, but once it gets rolling, it'll get rolling. Yeah. And once the construction gets going, so that's very exciting to hear. And you know, I think in terms of what was said also at the beginning of the meeting, that Fleming College here, the campus here in Haliburton, is unique. It's unique because of the summer program that is offered. So it is really a 12-month college. So many colleges, actually a lot of colleges are operating, Fleming included, you know, is trying to operate more on a year-round basis and not do that traditional 8-month year. But, you know, I do believe phase 1, the occupancy rate will be filled. The housing market in Haliburton, like across Ontario, has gone through the roof. There is no such thing as affordable. It's unattainable for someone who is trying to be in school and find a bachelor or a room in a house even right now. It's just not there. So without the student residents, I really believe that the college could have gone backwards. If you don't go forwards, I believe that the people would not be able to attend the campus at many times throughout the year, particularly in the traditional academic year of the September to end of April, because they wouldn't be able to find places to live. You know, so I think this is absolutely perfect timing for our community, and just wanted to say that. So, any other questions while Susan's on the screen? If not, this will be our opportunity to take a almost 2-hour break till 1 o'clock. Like I said, we would just adjourn. Oh, Mallory, sorry. Oh, I do have that resolution.
There might be more direction that Jeff needs before we close her off.
I'm just so excited to get.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
I have lost all my paperwork. Jeff, did you want any further direction?
Yes, through you, Mayor, and sorry to extend the meeting a little bit longer, but there's a few more things I'd like to receive direction on. And there seemed to be consensus during the discussion. The college has always been willing to work with the Glebe Park Committee, but it is council's decision. So we just wanted direction from council with regards to whether they want that gate moved, whether they want that vegetation buffer along the edge of the parking lot. Does council want anything further done with regards to the snowmobile trail and the walking trail, or sorry, the snowshoe trail? Any further work done for the park entrance at Glebe Park? I guess final decision with regards to servicing of the parking lots, and lastly, lighting. Was there anything else that council wanted done there? So it seemed like there was consensus during the discussion. We just want to have absolute direction.
Right. So I think on the first points that you made, if the site plan agreement could go back to the Glebe Park Committee, that would be best, because all of those things, the snowmobile club is part of the committee, they monitored where the snowshoe trail is, the gate / entrance area. Jim Blake was basically saying you just don't want any physical opening gap, because believe me, ATVs will go through where they want to go through, or even a vehicle. So I think if it goes back to the Glebe Park Committee, all of those first things could be looked at. And the Glebe Park Committee can always call a special meeting for that if it doesn't land on there, because they're only every other month. Deputy Mayor Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just on that point, just while the discussion was going on this morning, I was just wondering if we posted that, or the college posted that as emergency fire route, does our bylaw officer then would be able to lay tickets and have vehicles towed? Maybe just an extra tool in the toolbox as the discussions go forward on that. There might be something there that I know cars will park wherever it's convenient, but this may allow by the correct signage that actions could be taken.
Okay, Jeff?
Yes, thank you, and through you again. As per the memo of understanding that was agreed to between the municipality and the college, there will be an easement granted to the municipality, or a right-of-way granted to the municipality.
Jeff, your voice just went kind of wonky there. Can you repeat?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, through the MOU process, there it was agreed that an easement would be granted to the municipality for that emergency access easement. So through our encroachment bylaw, we would be able to enforce anything that was blocking a municipal right-of-way.
I just think it needs to be, marked in some way. We talked about that. So, Susan, do you think that would be any problem if they, all the planners and DM Wills and Cal heard the comments from today, and so to revise a site plan agreement and bring it to the Glebe Park Committee, where those, so they could comment first?
Well, first of all, Mayor Roberts, I'm going to go on a limb here and speak on behalf of our team. We heard a lot today, and I think we need to digest that and think about what those solutions would look like, both in terms of how to implement them, as well as the cost to implement them. And I think that I also think with working with Chris and Jeff, we need to do some housekeeping with the site plan agreement that you have before you, before it goes more public to the Glebe. I think we have to do another draft, and work with staff to do a draft that addresses some of the things I've just spoken about. Because once it gets out to, I know it's a public, but once it gets out and someone sees, why didn't they get the landscaping done within 24 months or this done within 36, they'll have that in their mind. So I think that, those are things. And I also think that we just need to, as our own team, respond and think about very carefully and respectfully to the number of the suggestions we heard today, and work through Jeff and Chris to see what's possible.
Okay, I'll leave that whole time frame, and I think you're absolutely right. You don't want to take them without taking them to planning first before you bring them to a public meeting. And Joe Fleming's just put in the chat box that a no parking fire route signage is proposed on the current drawing, so they would make sure that was there. So we're going to leave the timeline of how that comes back to the public with you.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
I think Jeff, that's should be everything.
Yes, I believe that's everything. Thank you. Yes, we look forward to working with you.
You know what, when you move one inch back, all of a sudden, Mike, there you go, just don't move.
My apologies once again, but we
That's
look
okay.
forward to working with Susan and her team some more.
Okay, that's great. And I'm sure it'll go smoothly. They were not major changes. And I really appreciate all the comments from the public that, you know, whether, and also from that public meeting that was, you know, anyone from Halbium and up Stanford Court and College Drive and all of that, that it really has been an open, honest, collaborate, you know, just listening. People were able to comment, then the college was able to listen, and they really want this project to fit in our community, you know, and I think the process is going very smoothly for a large project like this. So now can I call a recess? Mallory?
I think we should, because we're going to keep this bylaw number attached to this file, we should defer it with a resolution. And then, so instead of reading that we're passing it, we'll just read what the bylaw is and said, be deferred. At the end, we're resolving that it's going to be deferred, and then it makes sense logically when someone looks back.
So I'm going to pass it, but it was deferred, and I'll find the word that it be. Okay, so I'll try to read the resolution before I find it. Be it resolved that bylaw 2022-36, being a bylaw to authorize execution of a site plan agreement with Sir Sanford Fleming College of Applied Arts and Technology, known as Part Lot 15, Concession 9, Parts 1 and 2, Registered Plan 19R 7362, and Part 1, Registered Plan 19R 9314, in the geographic township of the municipality of Dysart et al., be deferred and to be brought back to a future meeting. I need a mover. Councillor Clark, and seconded Councillor Smith. All in favor. Okay, and that is carried. And now I'm going to call a recess. Correct? Okay, so just be back to your screens at about 5 to 1, have them turned on if you will. So for now, just leave your, you can minimize this and mute and turn your screens off. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just having a YouTube frozen issue. I'll be, just give me a second. Thank you.
Okay.
How are you doing, Stacy?
Oh, doing okay. I'm happier that it's more spring-like here, which is nice, and hope everyone over in Dysart is doing well and feeling well. Most importantly.
Yeah.
We are live, just so everyone knows. So
Thank you.
We can get started. Is John joining us at some point here, Stacy?
Yes, he should be here in a minute or so.
Perfect.
Okay, so technically, Stacy, this is a one long meeting, so we don't have to go through the formalities of starting the meeting. We've just been on an hour and 45-minute recess from the morning. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for rescheduling this meeting when we did not have a full complement of council, because this is so important for the strategic planning for the Dysart going forward, to make sure that we are all operating at 100% and 100% attendance at 100% capacity. So thank you again for rescheduling on a Friday afternoon. Really, this is now I'm going to turn it over completely to you, and when John Matheson joins on, and let you guide us through the process. And I'm not even sure if, what the schedule is, if the timing, if you want to go through all of that, I'll leave it to you. So over to you, Stacy.
Sure. Just give me 1 second here to share my screen. We are at Strategy Corp, as you may know, Teams users. So just give me 1 second here. And I'm just going to turn it into our okay, we should be good. We should be good.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. I will get us started, and John should be here shortly. So thank you so much as well for being willing to be available at this time and on this day. We're really looking forward to this session. I've had an opportunity, John and I, or just me, to speak with most of you. And so what we're really looking at doing today is moving further into the strategic planning process, and starting to have a discussion with everyone around, what are the opportunities facing Dysart? What do you need to plan for? And how, what vision are you working towards? And so, we'll start off with a bit of an overview in terms of what we're hoping to get out of this session, and then we will move into a group discussion where we'll be validating strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. And all of this has been informed, of course, by the consultations that we've undertaken to date with members of council, as well as the senior management team. Then if time allows, and if you desire it, we'll take a bit of a break and then come back for another group discussion around, potential values and the vision and mission. And these pieces are the backbone of a strategic plan. And so we're looking forward to having this discussion, and then we'll wrap up pretty quickly and outline some of the next steps in terms of developing, drafting, and finalizing the strategic plan with staff and council, and then let you have the rest of your afternoon and hopefully a lovely weekend. And I see John has joined. So I'm not sure, John, if you'd like to take over. I've just run through the agenda.
Yeah, sure. You were doing a great job. For some reason, Zoom decided that I had to reset my password and put in all sorts of exotic codes. So that was altogether more fun than was necessary. If you want to jump to the next slide, Stacy. So, the main findings really help shape today's process. So, what were those findings? Well, it's that council needs a plan that's as much about the future of the community as the future of the administration. And that's a really important point, and it's worth pausing on. Because what we heard from you and from your staff and was that, that there have been probably plenty of times in Dysart's history where the next 5 years were going to look a lot like the last 5 years. But you're in this very interesting situation right now, though, where change is coming to Dysarts. And of course, change can either be good change or change can be bad change. So a lot of that depends on how you manage the change and how you shape it so that you make sure it's the way you like it. And if the most important principle in design is form follows function, the administration that you need, the form that it's got to take has got to be designed to reflect the thing that you need it to be able to do. So it's probably very timely that you're doing the strategic plan. There are probably lots of years when you might have been able to get by without one, but it really feels like more than usual with the change that's confronting Dysart. You need as much a plan that's about the future of the community as the administration. And that's because of themes that came through in pretty much every one of our interviews. Managing growth, the need to have, growth that works for you, not growth that falls on you. Infrastructure that supports growth and shapes growth in a way that makes sense for you. And then the changing demographics of the community and how that changes the needs of the community in terms of the services delivered. And so the main issues relate to the need to make these choices. And so what you need, among other things, is a shared vision for Dysart, and then to align on the community's priorities, and then establish ultimately a system that links the strategic plan to operating plans and budgets and performance measurements. Because honestly, the thing that no one likes it anywhere, is a strategic plan that you talk through and then you put it on a shelf and you never think about it again. Like honestly, that used to happen too much in too many organizations, and that kind of frustration that strategic plans were perceived as, almost like a greeting card, best wishes for a better community. But if it's not linked sufficiently to your operating plans and your budget and then performance measurements to know the direction that you're going in and whether you're getting there as quickly as you wish or as efficiently as you wish, then if you don't have those things, you really run the risk of a strategic plan just being a stranded document. But if you do achieve those linkages, then you've got a pretty good chance of a strategic plan being legitimate guidance by council about what the strategic direction should be, that then staff can go off and implement and that you can keep score on. So that's really what we're trying to achieve. And that's, one part what we think we would recommend to you, but a lot of what you've recommended to us as being what you're hoping to get out of this. So if you jump to the next slide. So the specific goals today are to validate the SWOT. And, a lot of times in the old days, you would have done the SWOT together, but honestly, that's not the best use of anyone's time. It helps generate ideas together, but the problem is it isn't a great tool for promoting frankness. And by talking to all of us for half an hour or 45 minutes or an hour, and then us collating all that information and putting it together for you, it feels a lot more like, you had to spend an hour to get an hour of input, as opposed to, for you to have had that much input to us directly, we would have had to have spent, an hour for each of you to have that kind of talking time in council. You'd all be exhausted before we ever got anything done. So then, and then as Stacey said, once you validate the SWOT is a really powerful tool because it sort of suggests, well, because we do this well, and because we need improvements here, and because this is what's coming at us, and because this is what we'd like to achieve, here are both the tools that we can see that we can use because we're strong in these areas, and the gaps that we need to fill because they're weaker areas. So the SWOT really suggests your priorities. And then it also helps discuss your values and mission and vision. And so then after we're done, the next steps, because it's in the nature of council to steer and in the nature of staff to come up with the detailed, well, if you tell us to go in that direction, this is what it looks like. And the next step that's after this is for staff to hear what you say and say, well, if you gave us these general instructions, these are the specific things that we would do. And that's really important because you don't want to give a general instruction and put it in your strategic plan unless it's backed up by a staff plan of how to give effect to it. That's the disastrous greeting card outcome I was talking about that nobody really wants to participate in 2022. So don't be concerned if what we're at seems to be at a high level, because it's going to be the job of the staff to figure out what the next level down is. And honestly, if you start getting too far down into the weeds, then you're not being general board of director types who are steering the organization. You're actually getting down into doing the work, the job of the works supervisor or the recreation director. And so everybody's on a baseball team has to play their base. And so that's, you know, what you have to do too in a municipality. And so what we're going to really try and do is focus on the general directions and recognize that we're going to come back with, if you gave these general instructions, what would staff do to implement them? Then that'll be the validation that'll say, okay, we must have the right instructions, because if we give them, there'll be something that will help move them forward. So if you want to jump to the next slide, just a couple of thoughts. It can totally feel like it's not business as usual. I mean, when do you ever not come to a meeting where there isn't some specific resolution that you're expected to endorse? And so some people criticize that it can feel incomplete or airy-fairy or whatever. So we jump to the next slide. Why do we do it? Well, quite simply, because if you think about an on-ramp to a highway, you know, oftentimes there's one coming from one direction and one coming to the other, and they both merge. Well, council's really good at talking about what do we want to do? And staff is really good about talking about what do you have to do? You know, like, I don't expect a council member to know that a particular piece of infrastructure is hitting the end of its useful life. That's what you have staff for. And they're the ones who are going to tell you if you've got a roof that's going to cave in the next time it snows. But council can say, look, the nature of our population is changing and you've got to go to 12-month services instead of, you know, an expectation of a higher seasonality. So, you know, there's room for two sets of inputs in agenda setting: what you got to do and what you really would like to do. And, you know, somewhere in the middle there's what you should do. And as you'll see from this document, there's inputs from both. So if you jump to the next one, developing the policy, that's really not your job, that's staff's job. And approving the policy, well, that's not staff's job, that's your job. And implementing the policy, well, that's staff's job. And then monitoring and reviewing, that's back to being both your jobs. You guys monitor and review every time you go to the grocery store and somebody says the potholes are too big. That's probably one aspect of your job you could do without. But staff do that every day too. And not surprisingly, the cycle starts over again as you go from monitoring and reviewing to then agenda setting. So the real reason why this is so important is if you don't do this, if you don't speak up to do your half of the agenda setting, then all you're really doing is batting down a series of proposals of staff without any kind of overarching context. And it starts to feel like being on a term of council is like playing tennis. You know, you're just hitting back the stuff that they've already hit at you. This lets you serve. It's not, instead of just responding to the bouncing balls that are coming at you. And it's, so in that degree, it's a very empowering thing. But the strategic plans also really help answer the question why. You know, why are you doing this? So anyway, the strategic plan can ground individual decisions in an overall policy framework. And so we all understand that you didn't necessarily run for the same reasons. You don't come from the same places. That's part of the strength of municipal government. Nobody said you agree on everything. But a strategic plan is the place where you try to come together and agree on everything. And then the budgets and operating plans make them real. And then the performance measurements, how you measure success. And that's how the cycle works. If you jump to the next one, the two important things to consider are the horizon and the scope. You know, it is, oops, maybe jump. Oh yeah, okay, horizon. If you think about a 4-year plan, that makes perfect sense. But bear in mind, there's a lot of things that you do, like your asset management plan, or your, you know, thinking about any of your longer term growth aspirations. Those are things that are going to stray beyond a 4-year term of council or a 4-year plan. And so you want to think about at least 4 years, but you shouldn't feel constrained that you're only thinking about 4 years, because almost anything that's really going to improve Dysart or make Dysart a special place is probably a 10-year or a 20-year thing. So I never get too fussed about the horizon, but think at least 4 years, but it's not improper to think beyond that. And of course, other councils will come along and say, well, that was a great idea, but you know, we've had COVID-19, are we going to get COVID-25 in 2025? So it's all recognizing that, you know, just about every strategist who's ever lived has said, if you, no plan survives the first 5 minutes of contact in battle. You know, this isn't a battle, but it is a thing that has to survive in reality. And everybody understands that it's a best guess of what, based on what you know now. So Horizon, think about it 4 years anyway. And scope, it used to be quite common for people to say, well, if I can't actually control it, if it's not directly under municipal administration, then I should not have it in my plan. But honestly, many of the most important things that you guys identified in the SWOT analysis are things that don't relate to directly delivered city services. And so that's a guide to sort of the evolution of the community as opposed to just a plan for the core operations of the corporation. And what we would say is, while it was common to only put in things that you could control, because those are the only things that you could properly measure and be certain to deliver, a strategic plan isn't a contract. The strategic plan is a broader vision than that. And I think you have to make it okay to put in things that you can't control. So like one of the most important things you might do is lobby for provincial funding to make an investment in infrastructure. You can't control the outcome of that, but you can certainly control the fact that you do the advocacy and do it as well as you can. And that might be one of the most important things in supporting your growth. So just as a for instance, I'm not saying that it is, I'm just saying that that's a potential example of something that you can't possibly control, but that's critically important. Another example is physician recruitment. You know, municipalities can't control whether doctors show up or not, but if the municipality doesn't try and get them to show up, then the only thing you know for sure is that it'll never happen. So we tend to recommend that you consider it a plan for the guide to the evolution of the community, not just for the core operations. And that leads to then, sure, there's stuff that you do, you invest and you deliver and you regulate through your bylaws. And so there's your operating and then there's your longer term investments. But only you guys can convene and lead in the community, and only you guys can advocate. And so think about, it's okay to have stuff in the plan that's about leading and advocating and convening. It doesn't all just have to be about what you spend or what you regulate, because those things are important too. And I always say, if you don't do them, who will? Because there's nobody at Queen's Park who's sitting there with a file folder called Everything That We Need to Make a Success of Dysart Township. You're the only people who would have such a file folder. And the purpose of a strategic plan is to kind of try and create that. So another thing to think about is you want to make space for three sorts of choices. And this kind of goes back to my little sine curvy chart of the highway on-ramps. There's what's inevitable and not really subject to choice due to legislation or practice. And that's like serving Dysart with what you do now. And then of what remains, what are the real choices that you need guidance from council on? And to some degree, that might be stuff that you want to do less or the same or more of, or things that you want to consider doing differently. So it doesn't always have to be spend more or do more. It could be do less if you actually think that that's what's appropriate. But you want to think about serving Dysart today and maintaining over time. And then if you click again, Stacy, you can think about what you might want to expand or what you might want to decrease. Because we all understand it's not an all-you-can-eat buffet. It's everything's got to be paid for, everything's got to be sustainable fiscally and environmentally and that sort of thing. So what you really need to be thinking about is what you start with and what you're going to maintain, what you're going to expand, what you're going to decrease. And realistically, municipalities have been cost constrained for the last 30 years. So there's, with all due respect to the ghost of Rob Ford, there's not a lot of gravy rolling around in Ontario's municipalities. And you know that every time you try and do a budget. So, realistically, there may not be a lot to decrease or cut, but there could be. Or maybe you decrease it by collaborating or contracting out or consolidating or sharing services with somebody else. It can't be all expansion all the time, because then it runs the risk of becoming a wish list that can't be delivered on. No one wants that. So it's, but recognize that, without guessing too hard, 97% of what the township's going to do next year is pretty much exactly like what the township did last year. So while creativity in something like this is really important, reality is really important too. So it's not an exercise in forgetting what must be and what's going to be inevitably. It's an exercise in thinking about, with what we have that's left over, what's the most valuable investment that we could make, or the most valuable effort of leadership we could make, or the most valuable effort of convening we could make, or advocacy that we could make that'll make things better. Next slide there, Stacy. So next thing is to validate the draft SWOT analysis. And what we really want to do here is show you what you gave us. And what we're really going to be hoping is that you can take a look at it and tell us what you think we missed. And Stacy, I don't know, maybe you want to take these slides, and what we'll just do is we'll certainly be happy to take your comments. We've got little yellow boxes for stacking your comments, and we'll be annotating anything that you think we missed. But Stacy, over to you. You may want to put it on a different setting so that you can take the notes.
I'm going to end the slideshow, but I do it this way.
Okay. So we can just take them through, like they'll be able to read faster than we'll be able to talk. But what we'd really be looking about here is there anything that isn't here that should be here, or is there anything that shouldn't be here that is here? And Madam Chair, we'd be happy to take anyone's comments.
Yes, I've basically turned the chair over to you and Stacy. So I'm not
Oh,
going,
okay.
if I can't see the hands, I'd rather be participating as an equal member.
No,
And then at the end of the meeting, yeah,
that's
I said
fine.
that.
Yeah, we're happy to do that. I didn't want to be I wasn't.
No, I
missed
said it before you joined in. No, it's okay.
Yeah, so we're happy to take anyone's comments. And I think probably the easiest way is to do the little raise hand function, because that pops you up on the side of the screen. And if you're waving furiously, we may not be able to see you.
Just add, please forgive any typos. I'm older than maybe I might look, and had to take typing class and still don't do it properly. So,
John, it's Larry. I guess, you know, you've put a lot of stuff out there for us to consider, and I guess the more I'm thinking about this, I keep looking at the fact that, you know, we don't seem to have a lot of control in terms of the challenges that are coming at the community. And I see the biggest, I guess, task is probably identifying the threats and how we can manage the threats.
Yeah, and we've got slides on threats just coming up next. So we can jump to threats in a second.
Yeah, okay, thanks, John.
So the way it'll go is first strengths and then weaknesses and then opportunities and threats. So Stacy, why don't we jump to the weaknesses, and people feel free to come back to the strengths if something occurs to you. And this is a little smaller one, so maybe we can read a bit of it at you just to make sure that you can see it. So the first point was, then we heard, like honestly, we heard a high degree of consensus from council and staff. So the first point was this lack of consensus on Dysart's agenda for operational improvement. Lots of available opportunities, but not a clear prioritization, and a sort of a recognition that not everything can be done all at once. And of course, aging infrastructure. And with that goes the need for a longer term financial plan, unclear attitudes of the municipality to development. And, you know, just to be clear, what we heard there was some people say, bring it on, it's great. Some people say, gee, you know, the place is kind of great the way it is, and excessive development may fundamentally change the character of the municipality in a way that we're not quite ready to shape. And so that's kind of one of the big unresolved questions strategically that leads to a specific weakness. Because if you're going to manage growth, you got to have a scorecard for figuring out, well, what would be good growth or what would be less good growth. So just the neutral way of putting that is, with the lack of a clear attitude towards it, it makes that a challenge. Increasing resident expectations are mismatched with current financial realities. And a cousin to that is insufficient staff resources to do everything. And of course, if there's a mismatch in expectations, then two-way communication is probably a reason for that, and something that one might call a weakness now. and then council dynamics. Now, over on the community side, because the administration is meant to be something that happens inside the four walls of the municipality, the community is meant to be stuff that's sort of out there. So, on the strengths, it's easy to understand that is, if you got a great staff, that's the administration. If you've got beautiful natural environment, that's the community. So on the thinking of the community on the weakness side, it's the need for a shared vision, or put more negatively, the lack of a shared vision on what Dysart will be, lack of housing supply, and particularly affordable housing supply. NIMBYism, people expressing, I just assume not have that here, just as much as other people are saying we need it. Increasing cost of living, and its cousin, the prevalence of poverty. The perception of the township as a retirement community when you've got aspirations that are much greater than that. Lack of amenities for younger families makes it harder to keep young people here or satisfied here. Divide in the community between seasonal and full-time residents, not necessarily a similar vision. Changing expectations as to service delivery. That's kind of a cousin of the increasing resident expectations mismatched with the financial realities. But it's thinking of the community, the changing expectations part, that really speaks to, boy, they want more than ever. The mismatch is, boy, they expect to get more than ever. Want is something that you'd like to fulfill for them. Expect is something that they think you ought to be doing already. And so that's a real challenge. And the fascinating thing about the tourism one as a weakness is, tourism is great for the economy, but it can be really bad if it has a negative impact on in the way it expresses itself. Like intensified use of lake-based properties or that kind of thing. And then finally, just civic dialogue, the prevalence of negativity in social media. And, I would say the vast majority of these weaknesses are ones that would be common to hear in almost every municipality in Ontario. So I don't think the comments that we heard from folks were in any way beating up or piling on Dysart here. I think this is kind of what a lot of Ontario looks like in 2022. So just any comments? Is there anything here that shouldn't be here, or things that should be added? Or? Stacey, why don't we jump to opportunities? And as Councillor Clark said, these two slides, opportunities and threats, are in some respects the more fun ones, as they sort of get to what do we either need to do, or what are we going to do about it? So thinking of the civic administration side, a long-term financial plan, avoidance of one-off projects, helping you to build reserves, and development of a strong financial plan and policies. So that would really speak to your fiscal foundation. A cousin of that is the implementation of the asset management plan. So speaking specifically of your capital budgets. A clear delineation of roles and responsibilities of council and staff. That can really help, because it can take a lot of pressure off the length of council meetings and all that. If you have the right levels of analysis being done in the right way at the right meetings, that can help everybody. IT strategy and digital enablement, definitely a powerful tool for transformation of customer service, and one of the very few ways to actually save money. Appropriate performance measurement, tracking and monitoring and assessing progress, so you know how you're doing, and you're not kind of flying with no speedometer and no gas gauge. Improved focus on customer service, particularly when it comes to things like tracking inbound requests and measuring response times, and implementation of growth pays for growth policies, so development charges, and an increased focus on active transportation. So those were some of the biggest opportunities we heard on the civic side. And thinking about the municipality itself, identifying how and where growth should occur and what's desirable. And it's understood that's easier said than done. Like, that's not a, oh, good, that's done, what's next? Like, that is an ongoing continuous activity. promotion of Dysart as a year-round destination, so having economic development activity that would be 12 months of the year to match the growing, 12-month seasonality of the population base. Broadband expansion, maintaining and supporting the downtown core, identifying needed community amenities to sort of fill gaps brought about by increased population and increased 12-month population, and improve communication with the community on the vision and goals. So those were some of the key opportunities that you identified for us. Anything that shouldn't be there or things that you think are missing?
John,
would migration, the stresses of migration go on here? I guess that's part of the opportunity is we got a lot of people that want to move into the area. Do we look at that as an opportunity or?
I think it's probably both an opportunity and a threat. And what you'll find is it is not uncommon for things to be opportunities and threats and actually have a hint of strengths and weaknesses about them too. So generally the strength, opportunities and threats are meant to be external, things that are coming at you. And the strengths and weaknesses are internal. Yeah, we should certainly capture that. And Mayor Roberts, I saw you.
Yeah, thank you. So under appropriate performance measurement, track, monitor, and assess progress where possible, because it's very hard to have the always measure certain things. Some things you can measure. Say set out a target for your roads rehabilitation and capital projects of road. You can, yes, we are achieving that success with putting appropriate funds in, and you can see in the little charts boxes. There's other things that are not so easily measured. That's all. I don't know, where possible.
Yeah. No, that's a real good point. And I think the municipal sector has learned a lot about performance measurement since the late 90s. And because it's been something that it's been working on. I think it really got going in 1998 as a real priority of the sector. And I think you can totally blow your brains out measuring too much, but there's lots that you can. So that's what we meant when we said appropriate. But I think belts and suspenders are good, and so appropriate where possible is that reflects what we were trying to capture.
Councillor Smith, go
ahead. Thanks. Just one theme that doesn't jump out at me from this chart that I think is an opportunity. I believe that the relationship between the 4 lower tier municipalities and the county is stronger, better now than it's ever been, and there's an open mind towards rationalizing service across the county, where that makes sense, and whether there's advantages from either a cost or level of service point of view. And I think that opportunity for all of us to redefine what we do or how we do it is something that I perceive it as an opportunity and something that we need to be thinking about.
That's a really good one. Thank you for that. Other comments? Well, look, you can come back to this one if you think of one in a minute, but why don't we show you the threats and then you'll have them holistically and we can consider if anything's missing. Happy to say this list isn't quite so long. The growth pressure that's here now, and so you need a plan to manage growth as soon as possible. And there's key questions regarding municipal operations and capital planning that are going to be essential to figuring out how and where the town will grow. And, we put in some examples there, but we heard a lot of concern about the growth pressure here now and managing it as best as possible. Aging or inadequate infrastructure. Many big projects on the horizon, and greater reserves are required for managing the ability to pay for those over time. Increasing resident expectations of services. That's a thing we've heard in a couple of different spaces. And of course, climate change. Thinking of the community, housing supply and affordability. Without housing, that's affordable, hard to attract new residents or have the right mix of housing to have people to do the work, not just enjoy the landscape. More voices with higher expectations for service and delivery, lack of diversification within the community. Communities older and some existing service mix may not help attract or retain younger people. And then environmental stewardship and protection. And I just say, we didn't have anybody mention it to us, but this is a place where you also might just capture some of the stuff like significant provincial debt, associated from fighting COVID. And so is that going to mean a decrease in the availability of provincial transfers or revenues or that kind of thing? Or, that's another possible external thing. But we kind of didn't put in anything that hadn't come organically from you guys. But I think provincial government risk is something that you'd often see. But that doesn't have to be in a public facing document. It's kind of part of the workbook.
John, would the world of the unknown be part of a threat? And what I mean by that is the way things have been changing and the world evolving. It's not like the old days where in early management we used to deal with futurists and probability models. Things seem to have changed so much, and the types of challenges that we need to plan for, we don't even know. So does that kind of fit in there somewhere in terms of a threat?
Totally. You're reminding me of, was it Donald Rumsfeld who was talking about unknowns and known unknowns? And I think that's totally a thing. And who could have contemplated COVID-19 causing the changes that it has 2 years ago?
Mayor Roberts.
Yes, I don't know if this is appropriate in a strategic plan, but while we talked about the pressures of finding qualified staff to be able to move here and what do you call it? Recruitment has been a bit of a challenge for all municipalities. Also, well, we'll wait and see what happens after May 1st, technically. I do have concerns for the future of who wants to sit on this side of the table, who wants to sit around this table. It's not easy. So I don't know if that's a threat to have enthusiastic, qualified, committed people stepping up and putting their name on a ballot. So I don't know if that's for today, but it's a concern I have as a threat for the municipality. We can do all we want to do today, and we could end up with a very weak council or nobody running in certain wards. I don't know.
Madam Mayor, I think that's a really fair comment. I don't know that it applies to Dysart particularly, but I know of one municipality where they had, I think, a council of 7, and I think 6 of them were over the age of 75. None of them were intending to run again, and they were totally worried about continuity and just the massive exit of awareness of just rudimentary things about code of conduct and demeanor and how to run meetings. And if you have a comprehensive changeover, it means reestablishing the culture of a council out of nothing, and so that would put immense stress on civic management on the briefing cycle. Like I'm sure if you have more moderate turnover, you teach each other. So I think it's a good point. We could just call that continuity on council, and there's probably a component of it relating to staff too. We're just in the process of completing our CAO survey for this year, where we interview about 30 CAOs, and for the first time ever on the list of what's the biggest thing keeping CAOs up at night, what we heard was HR, and that's always been a low-level issue with people being concerned about retirements, but business continuity at a time of staff exhaustion and many retirements that were deferred because of COVID. Now they'll come about because, you know, the perceived crisis is over and people didn't want to leave in the middle of a crisis. So there could be a bit of a wave of retirement, and then all the challenges of retention plus recruitment, lack of affordable housing. It can really make a business continuity problem on the staff side as well. I can sort of only see Stacy's screen and Mayor Roberts. So if there's anybody else who had a comment they wanted to make, please just let us know somehow, because I don't want to be holding anybody up for not recognizing folks.
Councillor Smith.
Well, I just, you know, we've mentioned it on this chart, and it's come up on a couple of the others, but I don't think we can overemphasize the importance of attracting and retaining more young people. Our community today suffers. Not only is it difficult for us as an employer, as the municipality as an employer, but businesses are all struggling to attract and keep younger people in their employment. And that is really a limiting factor in terms of our future, unless we find some creative ways, I think, to address it. So I know it's there in terms of that lack of diversification, but as I said, I just don't think we can overemphasize the nature of that problem for us.
That's a really good point. And that's something that you'd see in a lot of different strategic plans in Ontario, particularly in like far northern communities too. Any place that has an aspect of seasonality to it.
Yeah.
We did one for Kirkland Lake, and as you can imagine, that was a real preoccupation there.
We also did one for Bracebridge a few years ago, and I think I shared that with some of you during our interviews. And that was also a priority, such that as part of the strategic planning process, and it was a community-based strategic plan, a 10-year plan, they actually wanted us to go out and talk to some kids. So we talked to a grade 9 class as part of their, I was in a different stream when I went to high school, but I think it's civics. And so we did a SWOT analysis with them. What do you like about the community? What would you like to see? And top of mind for them were some better restaurants, but it was a worthwhile exercise. And so you're not alone in this concern here.
So just generally, it shouldn't be surprising that there aren't a lot of comments, because honestly, we didn't put anything that you didn't tell us. So like, one of the reasons we do it this way is to make this process far less painful for everyone and quicker, because there's nothing here that a number of you didn't mention to us. And so I think the main things we'd be looking for is, if things were not mentioned to us, but say only once or something, it might have fallen off the page. And so if there's anything that you wanted to assert and say, no, that really belongs there, some of those we might have dropped. But it doesn't surprise me that we're not getting a lot of negative comments about what is here, because if you didn't tell us, we didn't put it in the first place. So that's kind of the benefit of the process, and it kind of rapidly lets us put everything on the table. But if you just jump to the next slide, it kind of helps focus a little bit. So here are 5 pillars, and these pillars have no status other than that it was our effort to try and group things. And so please don't, like honestly, what we're here to do is to sort of figure out whether you like these pillars. We're not here to say that these are your pillars, but when we looked at the strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats, the thing that came up the most as under the heading of what are we going to do was probably growth oriented. And so that's why we came up with that one, because that seemed like an activity in itself that was going to take some work. The thing that came up the most as big ticket, scary financial was infrastructure. The thing that came up the most as what we really have to do to ensure the prosperity of the place was some aspect of economic development and figuring out how, and this is inextricably related to growth and infrastructure, because of course the infrastructure you need would reflect the growth that you want and the economic development that you want. The governance and service excellence, that kind of captured the how you do everything as well as you possibly can. So that's everything from performance measurement where possible, all the way down to making sure you got the right HR plan and the right IT plan, and that where you can sort of tighten the bolts and make it run more smoothly, then that's what you do. That probably you get the two-way communication and the customer service piece in there as well. And then the vibrant community stuff, that's getting at the service levels. And of course, service levels are interrelated with infrastructure, and you know, intimately related to your ability to pay for it too. But figuring out what you need to be a place of choice for seniors, to be a place of choice for families, to offer 365 days a year of services that people need, not just summer services and then reduced services through the winter. So we kind of came up with these 5 pillars as an organizing structure for the strengths and weaknesses. But honestly, we probably could have come up with a couple of other ways of slicing and dicing them. But we just kind of put these out first to sort of say, are these on the right track? Like if you were to think through the main things that you work through over the course of the last year and you would expect to want to work through over the course of the next few, would these be the broadest headings that you normally think about, or is there something missing? Because then what we'll do, just actually, why don't we ruin the surprise? Stacey, if you bump ahead to the next slide, then what we did was we said, well, imagining these were the right ones, then we started populating with a bunch of specific activities. But so that's where we'll go next. But rather than getting into them now, why don't we just think about them as 5 broad themes and say, like, is there a 6th theme we should have here? Like, for example, we don't have environmental stewardship here. And, you know, that could be embedded into growth. Or you could take economic development and put that with growth and have one on environmental stewardship. So like, there's a lot of different ways that you can organize this, but you got to start somewhere. So this is what we started with. So anyone have any comments?
I see some hands. So the deputy mayor has had his hand up for a bit, so feel free.
Jump ahead.
Thanks, Stacey. I almost look at the vibrant community as that's the goal. If we do the balanced growth and infrastructure, economic development, governance, we may end up with a community that has benefited from what we've done to get there. In other words, if we get the growth right and if we get the infrastructure working right, lots of jobs and things like that, then we will have a vibrant community. And I just thought it more of a goal than a pillar, but that's just me.
You know, to your point, as a pillar, it's meant to be a bucket that holds all your service level stuff, and it could be everything from Parks and Rec all the way over to, you know, roads clearing, if you will. But you're right. It could also be that language could be promoted to a goal or part of your mission or vision. And we could just say excellent services. So you're quite right about that.
I believe Mayor Roberts and then Councillor Smith.
Okay, thanks. So one of the things, John, that you just said was about the environmental protection or stewardship or whatnot, but I'm wondering if that would come in more of a mission statement, sort of at the beginning, or however you draft a strategic plan. So it's sort of overarching. It's like it's a given, except that you actually really need to put it in words, because without it, you know, we've sort of acknowledged that it's you know, with all of these pillars, it's important. So yeah, I'm just wondering if it would not be a separate thing, but more of a part of a mission statement or values.
You know, I love that comment because you're absolutely right. The way to tell is these days, you know, inclusion and transparency and fiscal responsibility and environmental stewardship, those are almost inevitably going to be values of a municipality. And you're right, you don't have to stick them in the specific activities if you've captured them in the values, and in fact, they can be reflected in the vision and the mission too. If there's specific things that you're going to do, like, so if there's stuff that that staff are going to bring forward that would give meaning to an environmental protection plank, you know, like we're going to you know, make sure that any building that we do is LEED, and make sure that we put in place, you know, building plans that are gonna make all of our communities net zero ready, or stuff like that, or change over all our lights to LEDs, or you know, that kind of thing. Then it could be its own pillar if there's activities that are going to specifically develop it. So you're right, there's many of these things that could get promoted to values, or they could be reprofiled or platformed as specific pillars, as long as they're backed up by activities. So that's the way to think about it. And that's one of the reasons you have to start dumping stuff on the page and then think about how you want to change it. So.
Yeah, we've seen it both ways, where it is both in as a value or part of the mission statement, but then because there are a set of activities that they want to do, such as, you know, invasive species strategy, that kind of thing, and you want that getaway car, you would include that in a bucket. Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just to finish up saying, for instance, like in our official plan, I think there's a preamble, which I don't have it handy, but if our planner was right there, it'd say, you know, there's that preamble in our official plan about a healthy and environmentally, you know, protected community, da da da. So yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Councillor Smith, I believe you were next. And then Councillor Donaldson too.
Thanks, and a good discussion there, because that's the one thing that sort of jumped out at me that I didn't see on this page is the environment. Now, as you note, every community is going to say the environment is important, you know, and we're doing things to protect the environment. But at a community like ours that relies so much upon its natural environment, and is going to be so challenged by the realities of climate change, you know, we need to find ways of ensuring that a focus on that is overriding in all we do. You know, you mentioned infrastructure, for example. You know, this morning we had a college talking about, you know, constructing student residences, and you know, they've got some things like a green roof, yet they're going to put acres of pavement down for parking lots, and so there are things like that. We're going to build infrastructure ourselves. We need to be thinking about that from an environmental point of view, because 20 years ago people weren't thinking about climate change and ways of reducing fossil fuel consumption and so forth. That needs to be paramount for us going forward, because whatever the next building is, it can't be, you know, heated the way we did it years ago. We can't have levels of insulation that just meet today's building code. We've really got to do a much better job. And so whatever these pillars are, somehow we've got to make sure that the environment and climate and such is overriding across these things.
Thanks for that comment. And there's just something I want to say for the record right now. We literally just dumped these out on the table because we wanted to get a conversation started. Nothing would please me more if over the course of this conversation and other ones we have, if we change them around to make them something that you guys like better, right? Because what we do not want to do is tell you what your strategic priorities are. What we want is you to tell us what your strategic priorities are, but you got to start somewhere. And so we use the SWOT to start somewhere. But you know, the most important word in a strategic plan is authentic. You know, like I want this to be your authentic expression of the stuff that jazzes you to want to come to council and make this place great, right? So we'll know that we've got that when it's what you like, not what we suggested. And so please don't think that you'll hurt anybody's feelings if you suggest that we should shift stuff around. That's what we want. unless we guessed perfectly and everything is, but you know, what are the chances of that? What we want is find out what you prefer, not think that you should be shy about making suggestions. So thank you.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Donaldson, you were next, and then Councillor Wood Roberts.
Nope, I had my hand up by accident.
Oh. All right.
Councillor Roberts can go next.
Thank you. I just had a question. Would we be able to get a copy of this well before our next meeting so we can go through each slide and put our own thoughts and comments on some of those, the pointers?
For sure.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
I would just add to your point, Councillor, we can share this afterwards as well. And we're happy to chat one-on-one or to send an email if you have additional comments after this meeting, because a lot of times, this is an ongoing process and you want to have time to think things through, and you might be taking a walk outside in your lovely environment and think, oh, this is something that has to be in the plan and I should tell them that. And that's the beauty of a virtual environment, is that the door is always open. So yes, please, to all of you, feel free to think about this and share your comments with us. This is only the first step in the process. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, I make, having heard you and John and others now, and I think the Deputy Mayor's comment about vibrant community maybe as a result more of what we do makes sense. And it opens up, an empty box, if you like, in terms of a pillar here. And I don't know exactly what the right words are, but I think there does need to be something here in terms of environmental stewardship. I even think of what's going on, with the county discussion right now about shoreline preservation. And a lot of people in the community saying, yeah, but you guys aren't, walking the talk in terms of doing your own thing and so forth. And here's an opportunity as we put forward a strategic plan to say, well, we're certainly committed to it, and we've got it as a pillar in our strategic plan going forward, that we'll identify some specific actions that we might be taking as a municipality to walk the talk and address some things. It's not just an attitude now, it really is a strategic pillar here, to use the concept.
Yep. So why don't we just do this, Stacy? If we jump to the next slide, why don't we take you on a tour? And some of these might be getting small. And so you'll see the first column there is called balanced growth. And if you jump to the next slide, Stacy, we have a detailed slide for each of these. It gives us space to discuss each pillar of priorities. So if we just jump back up, let me show you how we carved things up initially and what boxes we put in, because what we're really hoping we can do is get some feedback from you. And it could be that what we do, the other thing is you're not limited to 5 pillars, right? It seems to me the Parthenon had 8. I'm not sure how many you need, but there's no magic in 5. That's just what we picked to start. And you can see with balanced growth, in that one, we had themes around growth management, your development process, review improvements, so how you get stuff approved, your policies around housing supply and mix and affordability. We had your cultural heritage and your preservation of various heritage features. And we had environmental protection and climate change policy specifically. So what we just made a guess, and we said, well, balanced growth is probably about growing, but not growing. It's about what you do, and it's about what you protect. So to Councillor Smith's point, we could have a new pillar that took the environmental protection and climate change mitigation and stick it into a new pillar that's called, it's got a clear focus on the environment, and that would be totally doable. I just want to share with you though what's in the vibrant community one, because that one may be misnamed, but as I hinted, this one's kind of the grab bag around service delivery. So if we imagine for a second that we're probably going to rename vibrant community to just for now, let's give it a bland name. Service, great services for residents, like whatever. What we had in here was a review of policies addressing changing expectations. And there could be like 100 policies that you need to kind of review over the next 3 or 4 years to sort of bring them up to change. Because if you don't have service standards bunkered in policies, and if your policy suite is out of date, that's one thing that can really help nail down what we're trying to do and who we're trying to do it for and when and how much and how fast and to what expense. So on the second one was address the emerging 4-season needs of the community, to the degree possible. And as I said earlier, each one of these would be backed up then by greater detail from staff as to what these things might mean that was doable and affordable and time measured and all those good things that let you know that these aren't just vague promises, but something specific. Also enhanced communications and engagement, services for seniors, services for youth, advocate for gap filling in health and social services. So that's your first advocate one, where you're not promising to deliver something, you're promising to remind the province where the gaps are that need to be filled. And then we had active transportation here. Now, active transportation could also easily move over to infrastructure if it's part of your transit master plan, so it doesn't have to be there. It's just frankly where we stuck it. And I'll just give you a quick tour of the other three. And then what we can do is, again, just kind of go back up and say, does this feel like roughly where you're heading? And so the governance and service excellence focus here you see is on customer service, prioritizing your SDR opportunities, IT and digital enablement, performance measurements, I'll add in where possible, intergovernmental priorities and advocacy, fiscal sustainability. So that's where that stuff lives. Economic development, this is where you're open for business, tourism strategy, supporting the arts and culture, expanding broadband infrastructure. Now that could be an infrastructure too, but it's so often viewed as being an ECDEV tool that it could live in either. Promote and renew the downtown core, that probably leads you to a CIP. Partnerships, expanding partnerships with various committees. And so again, that's like an advocate for as opposed to deliver. And then just infrastructure. This is like adhere to and commit to fund your AMP, renew your aging municipalities and invest in new as appropriate. And the 4 things that were called out to us specifically were your works garage and your arena and your fire hall and the community center. It's not to say that over the life of 4 years you do all those 4 things, but that you'd have an integrated plan for what your plan was going to be over the life of those things as part of your AMP. A waste management strategy, wastewater and sewer expansion. I understand that's potentially a debatable point as to whether people want to do that. Roads operations and winter control. So that was how we kind of blocked things out. And so there's a lot on this page, and I'm not expecting you to be able to look at it holistically, which is why we broke out one out of each. But what I wanted to do was, I thought it would help add more meaning to what the 5 pillars as they're currently structured could look like when you see what's in them. But, like as you can see, it would be totally easy to create a 6th, call it environment, and take a couple of things out of balanced growth, or we could combine growth and economic development and create its own environmental pillar. So there's lots of different ways that we could get this so that it's to your liking.
The deputy mayor has his hand up.
Yeah, I was just wondering, things like a recreation master plan, would that fit in here somewhere?
Yeah, probably under the soon to be relabeled 5th column. Okay. The column formerly known as vibrant community.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Roberts.
Yeah, so with the suggestion of a 6th column, I just want to make sure that if there was consensus, Councillor Smith suggested that, but there's other ways to, or I'm not sure actually, Councillor Smith, if you did suggest it, or if, but anyway, I just want to make sure that it is something that the majority of people kind of agree to, or do we have it, like I said earlier, maybe just in that mission and values, and that it is within the plan, or do we make it as a separate column? So just, we need to hear from other counselors to make sure there's consensus.
Yeah, that'd be actually really helpful. Are there any other thoughts on that?
I think if we looked at everything through an environmental lens, for lack of a better way of putting it, then that it would, I don't know if that's the importance or prioritization of that part. Everything we do has a, we're starting to look at that way through climate change. Everything we do is now even a line on staff reports at climate change implications. Is that enough, or do we actually need it, or just a motherhood statement that everything is looked through the environmental lens? Look for other comments on that.
Councillor Clark?
Yeah, continuing with what Deputy Mayor Kennedy was saying, I think it's very much a risk management piece we're getting into with environment. We were talking about it the other day, and just about every decision that's being made around services and infrastructure has got an overlay now with regard to what are the environmental implications of big storms and climate change. So I guess balanced growth or sustainable growth may have a feature, or as you're mentioning, perhaps maybe it deserves another column where we try to balance, like you're saying, the environmental lens, the risk management, and the planning requirements around a sustainable community, those kind of things. And under vibrant community, the big piece that's missing there in terms of, that's very much a success factor for the community. And the reason I'm thinking that is it's got a lot to do with community engagement, community participation. That's being a small community, we don't jump in the car and drive to Peterborough for dinner. We do things within our community. We don't have other communities close by. So success and strength of our community is the fact that people participate, people are engaged in the community. So I don't know if there's some way of capturing that anywhere, but that I think would be very much under a vibrant community and very much leading to that success piece of us doing the job right. Thank you.
So the third is enhanced communications and community engagement, if you think that's on the right track. It may be hard to read on this slide. We were going to try and move on to the other slides where they're a little bit bigger, so you just look at one column at a time.
Yeah, I missed that, John. Yeah, thanks. I didn't see that. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really good point, but I think it's I can just outline it in red for the moment, or if you can see, it's this one here. Oops, I just changed the color on it, if that makes it easier to see. But to the mayor's question, did anybody else have any thoughts on the desirability of an environmental permit?
Councillor McKechnie just had his hand up.
Go ahead.
Hello. Yes, just an overview of a lot of what you're doing here, John and Facey. Like I've been around here a long time around the municipality, and been blessed to be on council for 3 terms. And I'm just so proud of our community. I mean, I think this is a great session you're having here, getting us to get a strategic plan in place, of course. But I think we kind of get caught up in where bigger is better, especially in little municipalities like Dysart, which isn't in property sizes in little, but say our town, and the wants and wants and wants that everybody wants today. I'm a real big believer in that bigger isn't better, and that I'd like to see us make, instead of making Haliburton so much bigger, just make everything that we have so much better. So I can say about our infrastructure, we've done that over even this last term, and it started maybe the term before, but especially the last term, our public works department and this software system we have in place we're making great strides. Our infrastructure I know we got some issues, big bridge issues coming up, but when you look at we're looking to attract young families. Well, I mean, there isn't a community that wouldn't north of Highway 7 that doesn't want to attract more young families, and of course baseball and soccer and all those things. Some people have mentioned that about a recreation center. We definitely need something like that, but. For me, an environment, we talk so much about environment, our lakes. I mean, I've been here since 1970. I know all these lakes. I know people on every lake. The water quality is almost as good. There's lakes that are really hurting, whether they have algae blooms, they've had them for 25, 30 years. They're shallow lakes. It seems to me that there's such an emphasis on climate change today, which is great because we're all concerned. The only asset I have is what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at my lake, and I care about it. But we've done a lot. The people in the past here have done a lot of great things in this community. Our lakes are in great shape. There's some shorelines, like instead of like this shoreline policy punishing the 600 lakes in the county, why not designate the few lakes that are that need some help? People have clear cut or whatever. But I'm getting off a little bit, but in regard to environment, we're talking so much about environment. What environment are you talking about? I talk all the time about incinerating garbage. Everybody thinks I'm nuts. To me, that's a really good idea. I talk about a septic waste plant. We're gonna have septic systems up here as long as I'm around, and probably a heck of a lot longer. Definitely that. And I just can't like environment. We're not out here dumping gallons of gasoline in the lake like we did 20 years ago. Everybody's more conscientious. I just think we have so much going on in our community. We've done so much in the last 5-10 years with condos, the gardens building, our service information center, the washrooms there. There's so many positives that we're doing, and I just like to see us make our hospital better, our school system better. We are making our infrastructure better, and people will come, but you got to understand too, we've had 2 tough years here. I could keep rambling on, but I'll stop. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your comments, Councillor. What I just say is you made a real good point about the hospital and education, and those are things that could fit under intergovernmental priorities as like specifics. So like advocate for improvements to the hospital and advocate for improvements in education. And so that's where that can live under like the fourth. So every one of these little light blue boxes needs to have sub bullet points that elaborate them to make them real. So that's where we can capture some of that stuff. What I was going to suggest, Stacy, is if we move to the next slide, and maybe we can just, now that people have had a chance to see the what all the pillars are, what we can do is we can just focus on each one of them for a minute and just see if there's anything that people specifically do or don't like in them. And if we can whip through the 5 of them, then we can just sort where it's just easier to focus. Then what we can do is know whether we're on the right track with what's populating them. And then, you know, frankly, to Councillor McKechnie's point, either take things out or decide whether we need to put things back in or put different things in. But it'd just be helpful to know, because we've derived these things from the SWOT. And so it'd be good to know whether you think we did a good job collecting what we collected. So the first of them is here for you, which is the balanced growth one. And obviously it would fall to staff to figure out, you know, what we're going to do by way of managing growth. But one activity that we specifically heard was this development process review. And then the development of a housing strategy. That's a lot about making sure that your existing official plan doesn't have unintended barriers to things that you might want to encourage now. Heritage, making sure that you don't knock down the buildings that you want to keep up. And then we started talking about environmental protection. So under balanced growth, these are sort of the broad headings. If we were going to have an approach to growth, would these be on the right track? Are there things that are missing?
So the deputy mayor has his hand up.
I'd like to see the sub bullet points on this one is commercial, industrial, and residential. Start to think in a broader perspective of, do we want certain areas that we want to highlight as primary areas for recreational residential development, and then other commercial and industrial. We have a great industrial park. We're looking at expanding that. So does that become a focus on where we go from there? Do we morph some of our properties that we already own into a business park concept? I think these are maybe too far down the weeds, John, sorry, but that's what sort of where I'm thinking is, let's figure out areas or where we want to go with certain portions of this growth.
No, actually, I think that's super helpful, because we sort of would love to get any of your direction on, because our next step is going to be to work with staff to figure out what the sub bullets would be. And honestly, I think one of the lingering questions for you as a team is going to be thinking about what your vision of managing growth looks like. And so I found that very helpful. And any other comments on this before we move on to other pillars would be equally helpful, I'm sure.
Councillor Smith.
Yeah, just kind of building off Deputy Mayor's comments there. How do we define balanced growth? In the year 2021, we had a building permit value that was nearly double what we've had in the other year. Not quite double, but nearly double. And so you could say on one hand, well, that's fantastic. That's great growth. But is it the kind of growth that we're looking for? There was very little permanent housing. It was mostly people building, big lakefront homes. And in fact, there were a couple of headlines where people commented that we're growing just like Muskoka. And we haven't defined whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Over in Muskoka now, they're evaluating or reevaluating how they got to where they are. And even over to Collingwood, Georgian Bay area, and so forth, they've got the Georgian Bay group, Georgian Bay Forever. You've got the Muskoka Watershed Council trying to figure out how to undo, the harm of some of the development they've had in the past. And in our case, maybe we have a chance to shape that development more appropriately, so that we don't have a group here in 20 years trying to undo the growth that we achieved. So to Councillor McKechnie's point, how much do we want to grow, and defining the type of growth that is important to us or even is acceptable to us, might be appropriate.
And that could easily be a 2 or 3 year task for the next council to come up with that vision and enshrine it in appropriate policy documents. Because I think one of the things we have to recognize with a strategic plan is you may not know what some of the answers are. So the task then becomes, over the next 2 or 3 years, we will come up with the answers to our satisfaction, and whether that's in the form of an overarching strategy that sits on top of your official plan, or whether it's just an updated official plan or what. But if your sense is that all of a sudden you've got to manage a fire hose of growth that you did not have to manage before, then figuring out what success looks like is really important. Or to your point, 20 years from now, you may say, oh, well, whatever we did, but it's not what we wish we'd done. I think that point's really well taken.
Councillor Clark and then Councillor Wood-Roberts.
John, just following what you're saying there, is it feasible to somehow identify what we want to look like in 10 years or 20 years? It kind of goes along with what you're saying. And the question has been raised to me before, like you say, we've got to be more proactive. Do we want to look like a Muskoka in 10 years, or Do we want to try and have something of our own that's a little bit more, you know, kind of village focused and you know, driving growth within the settlement areas as opposed to the, the big multi-million-dollar lakefront properties.
Well,
you know, is it viable to try and create that picture of where we're going?
Well, I think it's absolutely viable. And Stacy, if you wanted to jump to slide 30, I don't want to take us out of order, but I think some of you raised this question with us and in our interviews, and so it got us thinking. And like, is your future to be more like Gravenhurst, with its 12,000 people? And we captured the vision and mission from Gravenhurst strategic plan. Is it to be more like Bracebridge, which is 16,000? That's a lot bigger, but I think it grew quite a bit in the last census time. I think the last time I looked, Bracebridge was more like 11. So it really had a lot of growth. Bancroft is still smaller, and we weren't able to find their strategic plan. And then somebody also mentioned Banff to us. And of course, this is just speaking about the village portion, and there's also the lake portion as well. So like you've got very different landforms to manage. You've got the lake-based areas, and then you've got your urban area, and what's the relationship between the urban areas or the villages and the lake-based areas. So I think that's absolutely the right question to be asking. And be happy to take your comments as to what you think the broad direction is. I don't think you'll come to an answer on this today unless it turns out everybody has a very similar vision, but it's totally the right thing to be thinking about, because if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. But if you know where you're going, then some of the things that we've put in the plan might make more sense, and other things that we put in the plan might not make sense. So this was just here as a thought starter. Are there other communities or villages or towns that you're aware of that you think are more suitable to be thinking of as visions? Like when you say, boy, if Halliburton and Dysart were to grow in this way, this is how we'd like it to grow? Or should we be really taking counsel from what Councillor McKechnie said, which is growth isn't so much the thing as improvement is the thing?
Councillor Wood Roberts, you've had your hand up for a while.
If you went back a couple slides, the slide that we left from.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the housing strategy, the supply, the mix, the affordability. I think in the future, and not far into the future, we need to kind of expand that vision. Could we allow tiny homes on the serviced areas in the village? There's still some areas that you could put tiny homes on that would be serviced to the sewers and stuff. I just think we need to expand that kind of scope of your house has to be a certain size. A lot of people don't need that and don't want that anymore.
That's a great comment, Councillor. I think it's very likely that the provincial legislation on planning that's expected to come on Monday, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some things that further enable that.
Councillor Donald.
Yes, I just agree with Nancy with the tiny homes. There needs to be, and it's nice to hear that there is something coming down from above on it, because there's lots of parcels of property that are in our township that can't be built on right now. But if the setbacks were changed and the tiny homes were well, not even the setbacks changed. If the tiny homes were allowed, we could get a lot more housing in, and it wouldn't be as costly for first-time people buying too, or building.
Thank you. Other comments?
The Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. Switch over to the development process review. This has been a bit of a growing pet peeve with me. I'd like to see this would be maybe a staff initiative, is a list of what is mandatory by the province, what is mandatory by the county, and then what we've added on in an attempt to identify choke points and or opportunities where we could process developments a little quicker. I'm thinking lots of things like the provincial policy statement that only allows X number of acres in a rural setting. We're primarily developed for farmland in Southern Ontario. We have lots of rural roads that we maybe don't need as restrictive development requirements on those that may help address some of the housing and costs and that type of thing. So that's one of the points that I wanted to make.
Great, thank you. Other thoughts on this slide? Is there anything here that you don't like? Like, is there anything that shouldn't be here? Like, we don't need to talk about whether environmental protection should be someplace else, because we'll get there, I guess, at some point. But are there any problems with cultural heritage?
Councilor Wood Roberts.
Hi, I just wonder, could the cultural heritage be moved over into the vibrant community? Because that's part of what makes a vibrant community, as opposed to our cultural heritage isn't, I don't know, is it something that we need to grow more of? What is, what is in place is in place. We have to maintain it and promote it, but is it going to change and grow? Or is it just part of the vibrant community?
I think that's a great point. It sort of depends on whether what was intended by the box was the preservation of heritage buildings or whether it was about a broader heading. And that's probably something we can work with staff to figure out what's on their agenda for cultural heritage. And then that decision may become clearer, whether it's what you're suggesting, that it might be more appropriate elsewhere, or whether it's predominantly growth related. So I think that's a great question.
Councilor Clark.
Yeah. John, just to expand on what Nancy was talking about there, I think I might have been the one who raised the question about us looking at a BAMF, and the reason I was suggesting that at the time is the role of Fleming College and the vibrant arts community we've got in this area, and it seemed to be a big driving force around economy and around just around the nature of our community. So that's kind of where that came from, but there's two aspects to the cultural piece, and like I say, the one as Nancy has pointed out, is a big part of our vibrancy as a community and engagement of a community, but it's also a big driver in why people come to the community and why people want to live in the community. So just to add on that, thanks.
Thank you. I'm just looking at the clock, and just in the interest of making sure you've got a chance to look closely at each of the pillars, I wonder if we could just bounce to the next one. Not to end the conversation, but just to make sure it's balanced. So this one, as we discussed, it's got a commitment to adhere to and fund the AMP. This says renew aging municipal facilities, invest in new, but it's not intended to imply that you do all four of these things in any particular order, or that it would all be subject to the asset management plan and your infrastructure plan. There's a reference to a waste management strategy, wastewater and sewer expansion, and roads operations. And I guess this is, part of your operational review, taking a look at the winter control expectations versus need, particularly in the context that many of you described to us of, people finding out, wow, I never knew the roads were this bad in the winter because I was never here in the winter, which I thought, wow, that must be quite a change, both for staff trying to manage those needs and the roads that were built simply in the first place, and the expectations of people to be able to access their properties. So that was quite a change to manage. These were the things that we stuck under infrastructure. Is there anything here that doesn't belong here? Is there anything here that's missing, that you'd be more comfortable if it weren't here?
John, we're missing the municipal water system. We've never had municipal water, and it's been viewed as something that's a big, I guess, roadblock in terms of density of housing, attracting certain businesses, that kind of thing. So that one needs to be in there.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
Councillor Smith?
Thanks. Now, I don't know if it belongs in this pillar or another pillar, but a theme that often resides here is that we focus very much on services and infrastructure in the village of Haliburton. Dysart is actually much bigger and diverse, and we've got some smaller communities. We call them hamlets. Places like Harcourt and West Guildford would be examples, and then we have the lake community. Often people that are not especially connected to the village of Haliburton. And we need to do things for them other than roads. And so maybe some of the investments that we're making or thinking of making in the future, don't always need to be in the village of Haliburton. And without giving a specific example right now, but I think that's a theme that we need to keep in mind as we're considering how we serve the community forward.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts?
Councillor McKechnie.
Yes, as an example of making something better, one issue that we have, especially in our village in Haliburton, which I am very proud of. It's to me, it's the hub of our whole municipality, and people from all over, whether it's Harcourt or Canisius Lake or whatever, they love to come to Haliburton. And one thing I'd love to see us do, and I'm sure I don't have the knowledge, but I'd like to see us move our traffic along. This is something I think we could do, make it flow more. Now, I don't know whether it's putting up another set of lights at the cenotaph there, or just putting a four-way stop there. I don't know, but there's 4 months of the year where I'm not trying to put down Councillor Smith's. I understand West Guildford. I know West Guildford, Harcourt, but there's a lot of vehicles that drive through downtown Haliburton, in especially June, July, August, September, and probably October. So somehow if we could get that traffic to flow more, and these are things I think we could make it better. It comes to a point where there are certain days where it just doesn't flow. And that's something I think that we could really make better. Thank you.
Thank you. And, we can figure out how to fit these things into the broader strategy work that, staff has in mind, if they have a transportation master plan that's coming along, or whether it's something smaller than that, like we'll work with them and figure out what makes sense and how to figure out, how some of these specific ideas would fit inside staff up priorities as opposed to council down priorities. But today, this is really about hearing what's on your mind. So that's a perfect kind of suggestion for us to take to staff and figure out how to make it fit. Other comments on this slide?
Would the recreation master plan fit into this? Things like pickleball courts, tennis courts, all that, and that would fit with what Councillor Smith was talking about. Let's take a look at it as a municipality, not just as a village, but look overall.
And you know what, if the master plan is largely about infrastructure, then definitely. If it's about services, then it can go on the other column. But we can get recommendations from staff about what it fits under best, but it could go either place. You're absolutely right. Like, honestly, it's your plan. There's no right or wrong way to do it.
Any other comments on this one, or should we maybe move to the next one?
Yeah, why don't we jump to the next one? You can always come back if you need to. So this one, ECDEV. And you know what? ECDEV is often on its own. It's often combined with growth. It's sometimes combined with infrastructure. It can go kind of wherever you want. And the things that we heard from you are pretty much set out here. but is there anything that you think doesn't belong here? Expansion of broadband infrastructure, we understand that that's not going to be you doing it. It's going to be an advocate for the promote and renew the downtown core. That would be, implement policies that would encourage that. Partnerships is kind of vague. I think that's intended to be, like the comment that we heard was, we need to be working in partnership with developers or organizations to try and make things happen. So that's, we kind of reduced that to the one word partnerships, but we heard several times that people really believe that the township can't do things on its own. And so it needs to work with groups that want to work with it, and that it should be promoting opportunities to find that. So anything here that shouldn't be here, anything here that should?
Deputy Mayor and then Mayor Roberts. Oh, sorry, I got the wrong, I'm looking at the wrong screen. I meant Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just expand. Deputy Mayor Kennedy identified a little while ago about the commercial industrial parks or zoning. That definitely belongs in here. That enables community or businesses to look at us as a viable place to move or set up shop.
Great. Mayor Roberts.
Thanks. So, while the partnerships is vague, I do think we do need to somehow recognize that the county has hired an economic development director. So we need to continually use the services of the county economic development office.
All right, and I think Councillor Smith, I saw your hand up as well.
Thank you. And on the topic of partnerships, I didn't know quite what that meant, and so Mayor Roberts has given one example of how that might play out. But I'll highlight another potential partnership approach, and that is with regard to recreation facilities or other community service that we deliver today, often in the village. Deputy Mayor mentioned pickleball, and so the past year, a private business developed pickleball courts on Conesus Lake, and they built 4 pickleball courts with private money, and now they people who want to play pickleball there can buy a membership for $200, and they play a few games of pickleball during the summer. Many people on our lake think that's terrific, and they're happy to sign up and pay their $200. Others look and wow, $200 to go and play pickleball a few times, that's pretty expensive. And so this is a facility that's in place today. But if we as a community, as a municipality, were thinking creatively, maybe we could harness the potential of private investment and some investment from ourselves to ensure that there's more equal, more open access to such recreation facilities across our community. And it doesn't always need to be all done by the local government. And as I said, there may be a partnership opportunity. And to me, this is a different type of partnership than we've looked at in the past. Not just about economic development, but it's about providing, fair access to everyone to particular opportunities. Thank you.
What we'll do is we'll expand the partnerships box over time to sort of reflect a couple of different possibilities that go in terms of both infrastructure and also economic development and stuff like that, just to sort of capture it, because it's a really important concept, and it was too vague right now. Stacey, why don't you jump to the next one just so they can see the whole picture before we. So governance and service excellence. There's a couple of things here that, just like you said with with environmental sustainability as being a value. I think I've gotten to know you well enough to know that fiscal sustainability is a value too. And so when we're talking about values, we can either describe whether that should be an activity or whether it's a value. And so that's something that might be promoted to a different part of the plan. The things that would be very typical are, the HR and workforce development and IT and digital enablement. The prioritization of SDR opportunities is really important because there's so many of them between the two SDRs that having council endorsement for what to prioritize becomes quite important, so that staff know they have the support of council for both what they choose to do and what they chose to defer. Customer service focus, that can be very critical. That can be enabled by IT. It can be enabled by culture. It can be enabled by training. So there's lots of different aspects to that. We talked about performance measurement already. So there's anything here that shouldn't be here, anything here that should, in terms of the overall commitment to how we do government.
Or do we generally feel pretty good about this one? Saw some nods. Yeah, I saw a thumbs up. Great.
Cool. Well, let's jump to the last one. So this is the one we don't love the name for, but the idea here is that this is typically the thing that's everything about services, because what do? You serve people. And so one of the things that is a really important staff activity, although whether it needs to be captured as a strategic priority or not, is your service level policies set out your service levels. And we heard time and again that there's changing expectations. So it could be that we need to do a targeted review of service level policies to confirm whether they're in the right place or the wrong place. If they're in the right place, then we need to communicate that. If they're in the wrong place, we need to adjust it. So that's what that's intended to be. That may feel very administrative, but it's actually a very important pathway to solving whether when someone complains of whether they're right or not. If the policy is exactly what the policy is, and that's the policy that we're funding, and a person complains, then what they'd like us to do is change the policy. If the person complains and the service level is below the policy, then they've got a point and we've got a service issue. So that's an important one. And it's kind of linked to this address emerging Four Seasons needs of the community. To Councillor McKechnie's point, that may mean changing the standard or it may not. But also to the point Councillor Smith just made, we might operate the service enhancement, or we might partner with someone who operates the service enhancement. But the question is, as long as we've procured it so that it happens, either through the activities of the township or the activities of somebody else, then it's getting done. Communication and community engagement kind of speaks for itself. Honestly, the youth services and senior services are things that people talk to us about, but we need to be careful that they're not kind of blank checks. So that's where staff engagement would be really important to say. If we wanted to make the place a really great community for seniors, there's programs that you can subscribe to that sort of demonstrate that you meet seniors' needs in a comprehensive way relating to like mobility and services and that sort of thing. So you could try and get certified as an aid-friendly community or that kind of thing. But that's a big job. So if you wanted to do that, you'd want to really commit to it. Youth services, that's different again. And advocating for the gap filling in health and social services, that's straight up advocacy. That's what happens when you go to AMO conferences or Roma conferences. And then we heard a lot about this promoting active transportation. That could go here, or that could be viewed as a capital thing or infrastructure thing and be over in the infrastructure heading. So that could easily move. So that's what's sort of meant by these things. So I'll just ask the usual question: anything that shouldn't be here, anything that should be here, should be further explained.
And I see some hands, but I just wanted to say sometimes kind of a thing that some communities have been doing, recognizing that they need to cater to both the growing senior population while also wanting to balance that with attraction of young families and retention of youth, is sometimes they'll have one kind of bucket that's an age-friendly bucket or an inclusive community, and then that allows you to kind of bundle those looking at seniors services with things for young families or young people too. So that's also an option, but it's good to kind of throw everything up on the page and then figure out what you might want to pull together and what you really want to say and send a message, right, to your community, like, no, this is one of our top priorities or these areas. Councillor Clark, and then I'll go to Mayor Roberts.
John, perhaps as a metric on this, level of participation, or would that be covered under community engagement?
Well, a metric would go one level down, but it's a great thing to capture, yeah. So we should add that in as a metric that'll go as how we measure the community engagement thing.
Go ahead, Mayor Roberts.
Okay, just waiting for you to type in that. I like your idea of combining the sort of ages, because when I just read the word youth or services and senior services, that goes back to something John said at the very beginning of the meeting, which is, sort of part of the strategic plan is you do have to look at what are we mandated to do? What is a municipality responsible for? We even went through this with our service delivery reviews. If there's core services, and then there's sort of expected services like recreation or other things. So I think there needs to be further explanation there. There are organizations such as the Youth Hub. There is HHS and the Community Services Program for Seniors, that kind of thing. So it would be more of a partnership thing than a leadership thing, to where I see this anyway. I don't see this as a core service for the municipality, but I see that we can have influence and we can have partnership. And we do actually already currently partner with lots of those organizations, like offering yoga for seniors and that kind of stuff. So it's just, those are examples, but yeah. So without saying something and just putting senior services, youth services, it's too broad. It needs to be further explained.
That's good.
Tamara.
Yes. Sorry, I had my hand up on my shoulder and it looked like I had it up. I didn't.
The virtual hand was up.
Oh, okay.
Are there any other services that ought to be called out for specific? Because like a lot can lurk underneath review of policies to address changing expectations. And frankly, that can keep us from having to clutter it with referring to all kinds of different things. But is there anything particular that you think the public, if the public's one of the audiences for this document, is there anything you think that they would expect to see?
See, the deputy mayor has his hand up, but you don't necessarily have to answer that question. You can.
The previous one, just to build on what Mayor Roberts was just saying, I think the senior and youth services, there's been a number of projects, there's a number of organizations that do it, and maybe what our position might be is to identify the gaps and then advocate for the gaps to be fixed, but not to be the lead on it, but to help just disseminate the information. I find that there are a multitude of senior services that most people don't know about, but there are gaps within those that have not been identified or corrected. The same with youth services. I think we should be a partner, as the mayor has said, and not a leader on this as well. But just a role for us might be to help coordinate, to identify the gaps. And then if we have to advocate upper tiers to help address those gaps, and that would be our role.
Oops. Any other comments? Shall we move to the next part, or?
So if we could just sort of pop to 26, Stacy, where I'm just kind of trying to clear this up a little bit, the previous comments that you've made are all on an earlier version of the slide. I just wanted to make it so that it was a little more legible again. Assuming that we implemented all the various improvements and tweaks that you've been discussing. And, it could either look like this or, with frankly, only a very modest change. All we'd have to do is pop, you could easily create a sixth one. And the sixth one would be called environment. And I know we haven't sort of totally gotten everybody's engagement on that, whether you think that would be better or not, but the way it would look if it were environment is sort of more like this. And frankly, assuming that there were authentic, legitimate things to add to this list, we could add to it so it wouldn't look like such a short column. But so if that's what it looked like if it was a six plank or a 6-pillar platform. Could be a 5-pillar platform. And, I don't think we've settled the question of whether you want other changes. I'm just saying, from an 80-20 rule, if by the end of the day, we can have said, okay, we've gone from nothing to something, and then we can use the next few weeks to improve the something, that'd be a pretty good day's work. Because, a lot of councils have had past strategic plans, and so it's easier for them because all they have to do is amend and tweak and update. The big challenge you've had to deal with today is it's a big job to go from nothing at all to something. Sorry, this would be called environment. So I just wonder if, just overall at a high level, is this kind of looking like it's on the right track, recognizing that everything's got to be cross-checked with staff having enough content to make each one of the pale blue boxes for real? Does this seem like it's starting to look like it's on the right track, whether environment's its own or environment's still part of balanced growth? We don't have to decide that entirely, but does this feel like it's more or less heading in the right direction? And again, Stacy, I can't see anybody except you, so I don't know what people are saying.
Saw a thumbs up. I'm seeing some nods.
If we were going to make an improvement to it that'd make you feel better, what would it be?
Councillor Smith.
Well, it's the word that's at the top there, priorities. If I'm Tamara sitting here watching this, and John's just said, well, we're going to get staff to do this, Tamara's likely saying, okay, what free time of my staff, and given the limits on that, could you tell me which of these 30 boxes you would put near the top of the list and those that would be down the bottom of the list?
Well, that's a real important point. And honestly, that's got to come from staff, kind of what's doable, and then from you, what's urgent. And then in the collision between what's doable and what's urgent, that's where we figure out what the year one operational plan looks like. Because the great thing is the strategic plan only has to say, look, in the long haul, this is what we're doing. The operating plans and the budgets are going to make those things real. And so we don't need to know what we're going to do in year 3 right now, because heck, we could be back into COVID again, who knows? But the one thing that's clear is you can't do everything in year 1. And so that's right. There has to be some prioritization before we're done.
Mayor Roberts, I see you had your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. And to Councillor Smith's point, that it's a good question. How would staff know what the priorities are? And I think how I envision it anyway is once we finalize a strategic plan and we're signing off and agreeing to it, then I would suggest that a new term of council coming in, fairly soon, and then first 4, 5, by 6 months, set their 4-year priority goal, but they've got to read the strategic plan first, so they're not picking things all in left field, and then do sort of then a 4-year more of a work plan based on the strategic plan. So I don't know, John, if that's sort of what John Matheson, if that's what you were saying, but I think that's then how staff would get their guidance, because there are some things, bigger picture things, say like a roads work garage or arena, structural facilities that are going to, take 5 years in the planning to finance them. And there's other things that should be ongoing. So that's sort of how I envision is when you have your strategic plan, then you set a 4-year work plan to your cycle of your term of council, and then staff kind of know what direction they're going. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Councillor Clark.
John, so it's not so overwhelming. There's a number of things here that are already underway. For example, the asset management plan, those kind of things are currently being worked on. We've got a number of pieces here that are being worked on in conjunction with county in terms of their initiatives. But then the balance that will need to be driven or somehow, moved forward by council and staff at the township level will need to be prioritized. And where I'm thinking there is almost like the old critical path management. We can't bring in, recruiting people for the community unless we've got some type of a strategy to build housing for them or those kind of things. So there's got to be maybe a critical path lens on this in terms of how, what we can move forward, what we have capability of moving forward, and we can count on partnerships with county level for. So maybe another color for some of those. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Councillor. And, and it's interesting because the other thing you can do with some of these is you see where the infrastructure one went through with the asset management plan. So an activity is, if it's write the asset management plan, and you're quite right, that might be just about done or done. Another strategic priority is to adhere to the AMP, which is like an ongoing activity. It's not so much a job, it's a thing that you just agree to do that come every year, come budget time. If the CAO says, or the treasurer says, you got to kick in another 1% in order to adequately fund your reserves and your asset management plan, that could be a really powerful tool for the future of the municipality. And so that's less about creating a plan and more about following it. And so the real art of the next step of this document is sorting out the stuff that's a constant, the stuff that's a specific job jar, the stuff that's a longer term project that might take 5 to 7 years, like you and the mayor were just saying, or the stuff that's, well, this is how we're going to approach completing these things with a adherence type strategy. So there's a lot of these boxes don't all have equal weight or equal style. And the important point is that by the time we're done, we got the right verbs modifying the boxes. So, and I really think you're right. It's a critical path management plan and risk management plan that starts to emerge out of that. So like fiscal sustainability in what's now the 5th column, 3rd down, it doesn't have a verb. It just has, it's a value. So maybe that comes out of there. But if you, some councils deliberately choose to say keep taxes down, and others say no, we're not in a keep taxes down. We're in a deliver appropriate services kind of mode. And that may be a choice that you have to make every year come budget time, but the strategic plan can kind of help say, it's our strategy to do this. And so that's why this year we voted on the budget. So what you're really starting to kick over the anthill of is, what do you want the strategic plan to do for you? Who's the audience for it? Is it for council to sort of remind council what council's trying to achieve? Is it to instruct staff? Is it to communicate with the public? It can be all of these things. And the verbs that we pick can help make them be a tool for you or a tool for staff or a tool for others. So this is just a first effort to sort of say, let's go from a big bucket of Lego and let's build something with it. But we got to keep shaping it so it's what you want it to be, and that'll kind of be the next step.
I just wanted to build on that, but you'll see in probably a next iteration, you'll see those verbs that John was mentioning, and you'll probably see continue a lot of times, because these are things that you're always doing, that you're always going to do because they're a priority. You'll also see words like enhance, and this goes to Councillor McKechnie's point, which is, let's take what we have and keep doing it better. And so you'll see words like that. You'll also see things that are new, create, develop. And so it really is finding that appropriate and authentic balance, and the verbs enable you to do that. And that's why there's, some of these have verbs, based on where we know and in our conversations with staff, some of them, like we know you have an asset management plan. So now the next step is to adhere to and fund it in the long term. And some of these areas we're not quite sure yet in terms of the status. And so that is, to John's point, going back and working closely with staff to understand what might be underway, what's on the horizon, or what are we going to be giving direction that's new.
And I just want to come back to something, a comment that one of you made, which is the reason we tend to drop all of this on your heads rather than provide it as a pre-read is because so many of the boxes are capable of misunderstanding that it's better to hear the verbals that go with it. Because honestly, to write a document that would fully explain what every one of these things would mean would be 100 pages long. And so what we try to do in this stage is cover a lot of ground quickly using the 80-20 rule. We kind of know what you think, so we dump it out as quickly as we can, get it to a point where we say, okay, we know we're on the right track and we're not on the wrong track. That doesn't mean it doesn't need all kinds of edits. And so one of the things that we'd be very pleased to get from you, as you take the document away, is any more specific commentary that you have on anything that we talked about today would help us make another round of edits. And ultimately it's something you're all going to have to be comfortable with, and we could get 6 different edits about the same box. And so we'll just kind of capture those and present a range of options to you next time. It's not like we're going to take one person's advice versus somebody else's. So we're going to have to just kind of keep looking for the consensus. This is a very smushy process. It's not as clear cut as a lot of the voting for things that you do. But you've made a huge amount of progress today by helping us get from your interviews with us to something that seems like it's on the right track anyway. And if we work with staff and your edit comments back to us, we'll be able to move it further along. I know we're slightly over time, and I want to be respectful of your time, but I'd just like to introduce one other concept to you, and then maybe you could take it offline and give us some comments back. And this is around the values, mission, and vision. And we've talked about this just a little bit. Look, everybody has trouble remembering what the difference is between the mission and the vision. And basically, the vision is sort of where you want to be in 5 years or 10 years. And the mission is what you do every day. And then the values, those are the things that you believe in. And so you can obfuscate it a whole lot more than that, but really it's sort of like, if you imagine the sentence being, in 5 years, we want to be blank. And every day, when we come to the office, we do blank. And, the mission often focuses on customer service and stuff like that. Every day we meet people's needs, or every day we work together, and, it's that kind of thing. Whereas 5 years from now, we want to be, that I won't even suggest what the words are, because I think, as you've pointed out, there's a lot of question about what it is you would like to be. But if you jump to the next slide, Stacy, the next slide's just in this workbook where these were some values that we heard. We'd love to hear more from you, but fiscal prudence, good governance, effective communication, accountability. I'm sure none of you are opposed to any of these things. Equity, diversity, and inclusion, we heard, mutual respect, service excellence, civic engagement, transparency. So happy to hear more values from you. If you think there's stuff that's missing, like this could be a longer list. And on that, but I don't think we should do it now, Stacey, because it would take too long. Oh yeah, thanks. Environmental.
Having a point.
Yeah, if we jump to the next one, answering the question, what does Dysart want to be? Preserve the small town feel in the face of growth. That's definitely something we heard. A year-round destination and community. That's something that we heard. Art and arts and culture hub. That's just a piece of it. It's more than that. Balanced growth. It's a place of balanced growth. And we grabbed your vision from your economic development strategy. This might be good enough, right? Because when you asked yourselves this last time, this is what you said. And so this is appropriate inspiration. Dysart et al. Is a culturally rich community which values the environment and supports an innovative economy, meeting multi-generational needs and embracing the spirit of our vibrant heritage. So, that's probably a real good place to start. And if you like that, I do remember somebody saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But what you really got to ask yourselves is that what you'd want to be known for going forward? And if you just jump to the next slide, this would sort of be the vision one, and then the mission one would. Oh, actually, sorry, I guess we didn't set out a specific vision one. So that's right, because you didn't have an existing vision to work from. So we'd be happy to hear any musings that you might have, and we can work on them together the next time we come together. But it'd be great to have some musings that you might have that you might think appropriate. And certainly, Deputy Mayor, we heard loud and clear, vibrant community might be one of the inputs into what the vision should be. So this can always be an afterthought, and the most important thing is that we not let it be that, because the vision and the mission can really help you figure out whether the choice of your various priorities is on the right track or not. But I just leave you thinking about this slide, which is, it's interesting, Bracebridge, when we did their strategic plan for them, they really came up with the tagline, where Muskoka goes to work. And the idea being there's lots of parts of Muskoka that are all about recreation, but Bracebridge is where you find the insurance brokerages and law firms and the big box stores and that kind of thing. And that's what they want to be. I don't think that's what you want to be. Like if we were to cross out Bracebridge and put in Haliburton, where Dysart, where Haliburton goes to work, I'm not sure that would be you. Gravenhurst, different place, 4,000 fewer people, different stage of its growth. Bancroft, obviously smaller, but a place we heard reference to a lot. Banff is fascinating, but it's such a weird municipality because it's basically like a colony of the federal government under their direct administration. It's not a normal Alberta municipality. It's this weird federal place that's quite fascinating. Very interesting to municipal people. So just, we'd love you to think about what you want Dysart to be, or what's the role of Dysart in the regional economy. What do you want it to be? Because that'll really help us answer some of these other questions. And I think we'd leave you with this, because honestly, these thoughts are great to rattle around, and you've got a couple of weeks to think about them. And if you want to talk to Stacey or me, talk about them, or if you want to flip us an email. But the more we have back from you, the better, because then what we can do is share it with you and give you something to work from. Because I think the reason why today went so well from our perspective is because through your interviews, you told us what you thought, and then we were able to assemble it and put it together, and it was more or less on the right track because we already knew what you thought. And it'd be kind of handy to have that same luxury going into our next conversation. And we'll have more content from staff, but it'd be good to have more from you too. So we can work with the mayor and with tomorrow to figure out the best way to make it easy for you to share some of that with us. But that'll be the next part of the agenda. It'll be improving. Like, it sounds like the SWAT's more or less in pretty good shape, subject to any other comments you may get to us. It sounds like we're on the right track, but got a lot of improving to do. So the next step will be work with staff, figure out what the sub bullets would look like, and then you can see how real some of these things are. And you get another chance to think about things you want to drop or add, and whether we have the right number of pillars or not. And then the last piece will be the mission and vision. So, Madam Mayor, that's kind of where we can leave it today. We're only a few minutes over, and I apologize for that. But with that kind of appeal to you to keep thinking about this, we could kind of wind it up, let you have the rest of your day, and know that when we come back at it, we've had a good solid foundation to work from, recognizing that nobody's approved anything yet, and that you're all within your rights to think about it and have a thought that says, there's a way better way to do this. So all we know is that we're on the right track, not that we've got anything to go to the bank.
Well, thank you for all of that, John and Stacey. And yeah, I definitely think we're on the right track as well. I also just want to commend all of council for their dedication to this process. As all of you know, I wasn't sure if the winter, early spring of 2022 was the time to be doing this. And as a council, we made a collective decision that we would go forward with it because we've had time on council, because we have our expertise. So I really want to thank each and every one of you councillors for taking the time to do this one-on-one interviews, for taking the time today to speak up. I think it's probably the most evenly talking time for each counselor that I've ever seen. In fact, there was one section I went, oh, I didn't say anything there. So kudos to all of you for the commitment to this process and the department heads that participated. The one theme that I feel coming out of this sense is that there is quite a sense of hope and pride for our community, pride the way that is right now, and hope for not only is it good right now, but hope for a great future. We're not sitting here looking at doom and gloom. There are factors that are completely out of our control, like global climate change, that we can only do our little bit here in the county and in Dysart. And there are factors that are happening in Eastern Europe right now that are out of our control, but we didn't actually have to talk about that today because we're, life will always throw challenges and curveballs and other factors. But like I say, I just believe that there's this commitment to this municipality for a very, very bright future. So yeah, thanks. I guess that's all I have to say in closing. Thank you again, John. You weren't on screen yet for rescheduling this to be on a Friday afternoon. It's kind of late in the week, but I appreciate your timing, and I think it was very effective to have all 7 people here operating at 100%. Our next meeting with Strategy Core is April 19th. I just saw that right, April 19th at 9 o'clock. So that will be a follow-up, but Tamara and John, I am going away. So Tamara, you can decide what John Matheson just said in terms of getting further comments to do with the mission, vision, values, etc. I'll leave that to you if you want to put out something. I did a video, which will be going out shortly, or did it go out already? It wasn't my best. I wanted to do a do-over, but then I got feeling unwell, so I wasn't recording anything on my phone. That'll be going out to all staff to participate in a survey. So we're really hopefully going to get a chance to hear from someone who worked part-time at the Welcome Center, to the arena staff, to park staff, to people who are the boots on the ground and doing the jobs for us. So other than a couple flubs on the video, I hope that goes okay, and I hope we get really good participation in the survey. Tamara?
Deputy Mayor Kennedy and I had the opportunity to meet with QP yesterday at the Roads Yard and told them about the survey and the opportunity, and they're certainly looking forward to participating and having the opportunity to provide input.
That's great. And at our next meeting with you, John and Stacy, that'll have been out and have been calculated and reported back on. So anything else for John and Stacy? I have a resolution to confirm the proceedings today. Now, Mallory, I see a typo in there, which made me laugh. It says that meeting's to be held on March 35th. I know it's been a long day, but I think it's still the 25th. So I guess, can we say goodbye to John and Stacy, and I'll just conclude the meeting? Yep. Okay. Bye. Thanks.
Thanks so much.
So I will look for a mover and a seconder to confirm the proceedings of today, and I will correct that in the typo, Mal. Okay. Mover, seconder, Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2022-37, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting held on March 25th, 2022, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signing the corporate seal attached hereto. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And lastly, just a motion to adjourn. Deputy Mayor Kennedy and Councillor Donaldson. Be resolved that council adjourn its special meeting held on March 25th, 2022 at 3:15 p.m. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thanks again, everyone. Have a great weekend. And you need anything, contact Tamara or Pat. Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much.
Have a great holiday, boss.
I will. Thanks.